Hello and welcome to day 2 of the People's Poker Tour main event at King's Casino Rosvedov. €500 buy-in, huge 1 million guarantee, which includes seats to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. There is our feature table. Some quality players here, no fewer than 4 with over 100,000 in recorded tournament cashes, according to the Hendon Mob. Mario Tratu, 345,000. Michele Pucci, 113,000. Gianluca Gabazza, 115,000. And Christoph Melnick, 146,000. So some quality players, top stack, 42 bigs, so not massively deep. So potential for some action, some fireworks. My name's Richard Hayes. Delighted to be here with you. We'll be here all the way until a champion is crowned tomorrow. Huge first place prize of 115,000 plus that ticket. Thanks for joining us on Twitch and YouTube. Do get involved in the chat. Any interest in hands you might want to comment on, let us know. Any exciting, interesting poker stories you've got. Hope you've all had a nice weekend. And thanks to our lovely mod, Johan, for joining us. So straight into the action, Melnick. Min open from the cutoff with 10-7 of clubs. Sokol Trungu wakes up with ace queen on the button. Decides to just call. Definite 3-bet spot there. And Melnick hits the front with top pair on 10-6-2. And he'll go for 60k into the 160 pot. Trungu wants to stick around for a turn. 2 overcards. 2 club. Turn pairs the board. Melnick decides to slow down, checks it over. Maybe looking to induce. And Trungu does fire out. Big bet, 200 into 280. But Melnick isn't going anywhere with top pair. And Trungu gets there on the river. Queen of hearts. And can Melnick get away from, wow, and Trungu just checks it back, wow. Definitely some potential lost value there. Would have liked to have seen a bet of some kind on the river. Hi Zacho, thanks for joining us in the chat. And Re-Raised Chili Dog, hello. We will play today down to either the last 24 or the end of level 28, whichever comes earlier. and then the players will return at 2 p.m. Central European time tomorrow for the final day. So stream coverage will start at 2:30 p.m. with a 30-minute delay. And folded round to Melnick again, this time in the hijack, and he's got a pair of sevens. And 23 players left from the 199 seed. Everybody's left up a 1,155 euro payday. That's all. Keep your eyes on that 56-figure sum up top. And one of the here brings his gold on the bottom of the track, and Tratu come along in the big blind with 9. Tratu hits the front, top pair again, top pair, 10 high board, and he's just going to put in his 9 big blinds. And it doesn't look like a terrible flop for Melnick. Unblocks, flush draws. Sevens, not a great card in terms of it blocks stuff like 6-7 or 7-8 that might decide to just rip it. Perhaps 7-8 of diamonds, stuff like that. And Grinza just with 2 overcards. And Tratu will get that through. So he moves up to 16 bigs. Seems to be the most experienced player at the table. Biggest live score of 93,000 for victory in the Party Poker Millions in Malta in September 2023. Hi, Chili Dog. How you doing? Where are you joining us from? And Usun just gets a walk in the big blind there. Never a bad thing. Yeah, a bit of background about me. I'm a poker player, poker journalist, work for Poker News, World Poker Tour, amongst others. From the Netherlands. Oh yes, Dan mentioned there would be somebody new helping out on the moderation today. So thanks very much for that. Much appreciated. Look forward to working with you. I'm sure you'll get that sorted soon enough. So Rossy with these 10 of clubs under the gun. Oh, another Richard. Good man, good man. Aye, not a bad name. So Rossy's opened under the gun with ace 10 of clubs, and Trunku has just flatted with ace jack, and Tratu with queens, and this is a lovely 3-bet squeeze jam spot. He'll be hoping to get some action. Rossy 19 bigs behind. Don't think ace-10 of clubs will be strong enough. Tratu, we saw him play ace-queen very cautiously earlier in the first hand. We're joining matters today after the first break in day 2, by the way, not the start of day 2. And Rossy does fold. Tratu will give this a bit of thought. Less than half his stack behind, playing 54 bigs. Tratu will be doing the same with 10s, 9s, you would think, but ace-jack does start to look pretty small. I think he has said fold there, and I think he's open folded. Ace-jack there gets a nod from Tratu. Don't think he'll show the queens though. Oh no, he does. Very generous. Would prefer to let my opponent stew. Yeah, Chili Dan assured me it was going to be a Dutch party today on the Twitch and the YouTube, so looking forward to that. Everybody loves the Orangi. Jaco, is there anywhere I can see the overall ranking of the players in this tournament? Do you mean in terms of the leaderboard for the overall tournament? Yes, unfortunately, don't have that information at the moment. I think the average stack was around, let me see. Tournament average was 759,000 at the start of the stream. Yes, could well be on the website in terms of you'll certainly be able to see each day one's finishers. I'm not sure if they'll have up-to-date counts for day 2 in there, but certainly all the day 1 counts will be in there. So yeah, at the start of the day, Wayne Watson of the UK was chip leader on 1.35 million. Some good players in and around the top 10 with Sam Urtani, Hermano De Nicola, fresh off a second place at the Poker Stars Open in Malaga last week, which I was covering for Poker News. And Rockets, 4K par, middle position. And yes, blinds 10, 25K with a 25K big blind ante. Levels are 45 minutes at the Mo. and they'll be increased to 60 minutes for the final day. So he's went for quite a big opening size K-par here, 3.2 bigs. And you're sort of relying on somebody else to wake up with a hand whenever you open to that size. So unfortunately for him, no action. Perhaps regretting not going for a min-open 2.1, something like that. It'll be interesting to see if that is his standard opening size, or whether there's perhaps a sizing tail that can be picked up on by his opening sizes, depending on the strength of his holding. Normally these days, it's pretty rare to see anything over a 3x open, except maybe in the small blind versus big blind. Tratu having a think with King 7 here. Having a look around at the stack sizes, but a bit too mediocre from middle position. Rossy gets rid of 10-4 on the button, and we'll have our first blind on blind confrontation of the evening. Pucci with King 5, 12 bigs. I think it's fine to rip it. I think it's fine to try to limp jam. Goes for the big raise, leaving not much behind, I don't think, but... And Melnick with garbage in the big blind, so that works out nicely for Pucci. So Trungu chip leader, 1.3 million. Wee bit of a gap to K-par in second. And then Usun of Estonia in third. K-par 21k in recorded caches. Usun just under 9k. And doesn't appear to be too much information on Trungu. King 4 of hearts for Usun. And King Queen for Rossy in the cutoff. Nice hand, 17 bigs, and decides, let's get it in. And Trungu with King 10. Does ask for the count, but would be surprised if he decides to tangle. Puts his head in his hand. Perhaps trying to make it look like a tougher decision than it is to the table, but lets it go. And Rossy gets that through. So moves up towards 20 bigs. He looks quite like the Marco Rossi Italian footballer from the 80s. I think he's a manager these days, isn't he? I think he manages Hungary or somebody like that. Or I wonder if it's him. Could be. I don't know. And ace jack of clubs for Usun. First time we'll see him get involved. And he min opens. Hi Bird, how you doing? Thanks very much for the subscription, much appreciated. Melnick with the ace-9 on the button. But decides to get out of the way. And Trungu with pocket 9s in the small blind. Makes the call, and Grunze with the ducks. So we'll be 3-way to the flop here. And Trungu still ahead with second pair, 10-4-3. Doesn't look terrible for Grunze. Pretty much every flop you don't hit a set is going to look pretty bad, but and Trungu does lead out with the 9s. Not much going on for Usun apart from back doors. And the Romanian does get out of the way. Decent enough price for Usun to see what the turn holds, and he is going to peel. And apart from hitting the ace or jack, that's an excellent card from him. For him, brings in the flush draw. And Trungu's opened the door for Usun to maybe try to take this away, but he does decide to take the free card. And he bricks out on the King of Hearts river. Not a great card for Trungu, but doesn't look like Usun is interested in taking a stab at it. And Trungu's 9s will take that down. Usun probably thinking, well, I'm not going to get him off a 10. But perhaps when seeing the cards thinking, maybe I should have fired on one of those streets, but hindsight's a wonderful thing. Folded round to Melnick in the cutoff, and he's woken up with another hand, ace jack. And K-par with ace 3 suited. Looks like he might be thinking about a 3-bet here, but does decide to just call. And a gut shot for Melnick. K-par missed, and you would think this will be a C-bet fold scenario. Smashes Melnick's cut-off opening range. And K-par quickly gets out of the way. Looks like he tried to get some info, but had a guess at what Melnick had, but Melnick not giving anything away. So yeah, been another huge couple of weeks here in Rozvadov. Fantastic numbers for the whole festival. And yeah, take a look at the schedule. Loads of stuff coming up. Absolutely jam-packed over the summer. Czech Poker Masters coming up straight after this. And then the Euro Poker Million, 2 million guaranteed main event. 590 buy-in. 80-minute blinds. And Pucci here with ace jack. K-par with the same hand in the small blind. And he comes in with a 3-bet, 115,000. 4.6 bigs, very small size. And Pucci with 13 bigs behind. Doesn't feel like a spot where you want to peel a flop. It's either all in or fold, I would think. And he does get out of the way. So nice hand from K-par, gets Pucci to fold the same hand. Pucci got rid of that very quickly. Maybe some history there. But yeah, decided he wanted to wait for better spot. As we said earlier, ace jack can start to look very small in the face of action behind you. Hi, worst hands in the Twitch chat. Thanks for joining us. And Trungu with 7-6 of clubs. Beautiful suited connectors. My personal weakness. Don't know what the chat going on here is. Seems to be some kind of distraction there, but he does decide to fold. And Grunze raises it up from the cutoff with ace-3. Tratu has a think, but gets rid of king-8. And Usun 8-5 in the big blind. Decides to get out of the way. So quite a sort of cagey start here. I'm not sure how much experience some of these guys will have of playing on a stream, cards upstream. Can be a bit of a scary thought maybe for some people. I know I was certainly nervous the first time I did it. And Trungu decides he'll open the ace-5 from middle position. Seems to be perfectly happy to indulge in chat with his opponents. Tratu asking how much he has behind. And King Jack of Diamonds for Usun in the small blind. Nice hand. Don't mind a 3-bet there versus middle position open. Decides to go for the flat. And Kubica will come along with 10-6 in the big blind. First time we'll see him in action. So 2 Italians on the Estonian. And Usun top 2 pair. Perhaps difficult to see how he gets any action, and Trungu will c-bet. And I like a call here from Usun. Extremely strong. Doesn't want to lose a customer, and he does just call. And Trungu does pick up the wheel draw, which may persuade him to put more money in the pot if check 2. But he does just take the free card. And I don't think Usun will be getting anything more. Probably look to lead with a small bet. Hope to get called by Jack X. Worst King X. Decides to go large though, and trying to make it look bluffy. Don't think Trungu will be tempted by ace high, but is going to give it a bit of thought. And does get out of the way. So Usen takes that one down. And Chili Dog on the bubble on my first main event back in May 2024 in Belgium. It's the second time I played live whenever you were on stream. Wow, yeah, no, that must have been quite intimidating. I hope you didn't bubble, did you? How did it end up? You bubbled indeed. Oh no, no. Oh, the pain, mate. I feel your pain. Cooler, what happened? Or did you just butcher a hand? Haha, Nightbot with the offer of a sympathetic ear for bad beat stories. Yeah, of course we all love those, don't we? Oh, the shades come on from Kubica with 9-7 in the small blind. Battle of the sunglasses with Rossy in the big blind. And he completes. Rossy with the deuces. 17 bigs versus 12. Could be a potential spot to just rip it and ask Kubica if he's willing to put the rest of his stack into the middle, but concerned that the limp does convey some strength off that shallow stack depth. And Kubica does go ahead with second pair. And as always, unless you hit a set, pretty much any flop's going to look pretty rough for deuces. And Rossy does quickly get out of the way. So yeah, 115k plus the 10k World Series of Poker Europe main event seat for the win. Top 10 all get World Series of Poker Europe main event seats, so it'll be a very interesting dynamic as we close in from sort of 15th onwards. Nobody's going to want to bust then, but that'll be all be in store for us on day 2 tomorrow, playing down to the final 3 tables today or the end of level 28, whichever comes first. 10-9 of clubs for Tratu. And he'll min open from the hijack. Ah, Chile, yeah, the old forced all in. Yeah, never a situation you want to be in on the bubble. Yep, rough one. And Pucci with the 9-7 of diamonds in the big blind will defend. So Tratu in good shape at the moment. And a 9 in the window with a 7, 2 pair for Pucci. And we could well have a double up for Pucci here, and the money does quickly go into the middle from Tratu, and he's going to see the bad news. Top pair is no good at the moment. Going to need to find a 10. Running cards for a straight. Running cards for a flush, a possibility as well. And the ace of hearts is a brick for both players. Changes nothing, so it's a 10 on the river. And that is a double up for Pucci. Hand played itself, not much either player could do about that. Tratu also unblocks any flush draws on the flop. So nice double up for Pucci, and he gets to stack up some chips. Tratu left with 6 or 7 bigs, I think. He got lucky, he says. Well, yeah, well, when all the money went in, you were well ahead, but yeah, got lucky on the flop for sure. But yeah, just one of those hands that plays themselves. All the money's going to go into the middle, especially at those stack sizes. And ace-9 for Usen in the hijack. Should be an open. Decides not for him though. And round to Pucci in the blind, small blind. And he's pumped it up to 70k, 2.8 bigs. 10-4, pretty ugly for Melnick, but he will defend. Oh, no, sorry, goes for the 3-bet to 200k, nice play. Pucci gives a tap of the table. And some nice play from Melnick there. Melnick's biggest score, 88th place in the main event, WSOP main event back in 2023 for 92k. So wow, that must have been day 5 or day 6 maybe, day 5. So that really is a marathon of poker. Yeah, some interesting stuff going on at the WSOP this week. Any opinions on that? Let us know. And Kabitsa's opened it up from the hijack with King Jack here. Rossy, he is 10 in the cutoff. 17 bigs. Decides he's not interested. And folded round to Trungu in the big blind. King 4. And he'll just give that up. And Tratu ships his final 7 big blinds into the middle. King Jack. Let's see if he gets any action. And Rossy, I would imagine, will be reshipping Ace Jack suited here. And it does go straight into the middle. Tratu in big trouble. And Grunza also with an ace. Does give Tratu some additional hope. Ace 10 doesn't feel big enough with that action ahead, but you never know. As one final peek before sending them to the muck. So Tratu is going to see the bad news. And he's going to need some help to stay in this 65-35 underdog. We know an ace has been folded, and there is the king in the window. Gut shot for Rossy. Backdoor hearts, ace. And there is the queen, wow. Ace for a chop. This would be a crazy hand if an ace rolls off on the river. But it's the 4 of diamonds close. And that is extremely unlucky for Tratu. Hit the front on the flop, but was left drawn to a chop on the turn. And that's how quickly things can change in poker. One minute you're looking at a double up, the next minute you're down to 2 outs just to chop the pot. Brutal stuff. But he came in as the short stack, so won't feel like things have gone too awry there. On to the next one for him, I'm sure. Hi Ricky Z and Jersra in the YouTube chat. Supporting Melnick, good to see. already showing he isn't afraid to pull some moves. Marco Rossy with ace-10 here. Must have had a sixth sense because Pucci has woken up with jacks behind him. And he sent the ace-10 straight into the muck. And wow, looks like we're set for another big hand here. Melnick with big slick. Christoph fans loving it on YouTube. And he goes for the 3-bet to 185,000. Queen 10 of spades is a pretty hand, but not going to be good enough when there's an open and a 3-bet ahead of you. You would think with 20 big blind effective stacks, it goes in the middle, and it does, and we're off. For the second all-in quick succession, consecutive hands. Pucci 62, 38% favourite. Queen high flop, Pucci still ahead. Melnick has backdoor clubs as well. 9 of hearts is a great card for Pucci. And the Queen of Diamonds River pairs the board. And there is a big double up for Pucci, up to almost 40 bigs. Melnick just under 8. Not out of it, but is going to have to get his chips into the middle reasonably quickly. And bit of a cooler really, nothing either player can do about that one. Chips were always going to go into the middle again. And the poker gods favoured Pucci this time. And on to hand 20 of the session. Oh, Rossy getting a bit over enthusiastic with the folding, almost taking the dealer's eye out, I think. And Grunza on the button, 6-5 suited. Decides to move all in. And he'll get that through. So a nice steal for Grunza. And blinds are up to 15,000, 30,000 with a 30,000 big blind ante. Average stack 920k. And pocket queens for K-Power on the button. Saw him with aces earlier go a very big open size 3.2, 3.3, and he didn't get any action. Let's see what he does here. 2.3. But unfortunately for him, both off the blinds have garbage, and he'll just take down and the end. So yeah, disappointing for K-Power. Aces and queens, no action at all. And yeah, having a wee bite of the lips. I think he's thinking exactly that. Poochie with aces. Chili Dog Poochie on a lucky streak. Yeah, no, sometimes it feels like the momentum's all with you. Every hand you look down at seems like a nice hand, seems like a playable hand. Let's see if anybody has anything that they feel inclined to get in the mix with. And Rossy does have pocket fives in the big. So heads up to the flop. And King 10-6, Rossy reduced to fourth pair. Unlikely he'll be putting anything more into this. Poochie will go for a small c-bet. And Rossy quickly lets it go. So yeah, big hands, but no fireworks, unfortunately. Takes two to tango. And often you need the poker god's compliance as well. And nothing there for Rossy or the blinds in the previous hand to be interested in. Hi Jano in the chat, thanks for joining us. Much appreciated. And Trungu opens under the gun 1 with Queen 9. And rockets again, this time for Rossy. Just going around the table. Goes for the 3-bet to 165. And Trungu has probably got a wee bit out of line here with his under the gun 1 opening range. Doesn't really give the look of a guy who feels great about his hand, but does ultimately send them to the dealer. So, yeah, again, unfortunately, no action for Rockets, or no significant action. And Queen Jack for K-Par. Makes it 2.5. Melnick is the short stack. 5.8 bigs, King 8. Decides not just yet. But he'll have to get them in the middle soon enough. See if he can spin it up. Got unlucky. Ace King against Jacks. Bricked out against Pucci. Shout out to the dealers at Kings. Some of the best, most hardworking in the world. Always top quality. And always make sure the events run extremely smoothly, so thanks to them. And here's Grinza with the snowmen under the gun. 2.5. And Rossy looks like he's going to come along with 5-3 in the cutoff. 5-3 of hearts. Mixing it up. Pucci with Ace-7 of diamonds on the button. And I think with the under the gun open, probably just a flat from Pucci. But definitely a potential 3-bet spot. Does decide to just get out of the way. And Melnick has woken up with the cow with Ace King in the small blind. Will love to see that action ahead of him. Hoping for a triple up. But we can see he'll probably only get one customer. Grinza does just re-rip it, and that makes Rossy's decision very easy. So Ace King again for Melnick. It wasn't good to him last time. Can he get luckier this time? Pure 50-50. He's got a few supporters in the chat. And there is the ace. Ace 4-3. So situation reversed. Grinza 2 outs. Close, but no cigar with the 9 of clubs. And it's the Jack of clubs on the river. And that's a nice more than double up for Melnick. Almost, in fact, yeah, no, a triple up. I think he had 5.5. So, you know, almost a triple up. Back up to 16 bigs. Great spot for him. And Grunza seems quite deflated from that, but could have been worse. It was only 5.6 bigs. So I think Grunza should still have 13, 14, something like that. So not in the danger zone just yet. And the ducks for Kubica. Straight into the muck. As is ace-7 for Rossy. Round to Melnick again on the button. 8-7. No thank you. And Trungu completes in the small blind with Queen 2. And Grunza with ace-9, 12 bigs. Decides to check it back. Bit of deception. He does remain ahead on the 10-4-3 flop. Quickly check through. 5 of diamonds. Gives Trunku an up and down. Danu. The gut shot. Ace high still good. Happy to take it down to showdown. And 5 of spades pairs the board. Ace high still good. And Grunza will be happy to take that all the way down. I'm not sure what there is to talk about after that hand. They both just checked it down the whole way, but still having a wee chat. Hi Tito Don Bandito. That's a cracking name. Another Melnick supporter. Yep, he's been involved in all the action so far. Just scored a nice triple up. And round to the blinds. Grunza. Ace Jack. Decides to just get it in. Hope K-Par has something in the big, but unfortunately not. Shows him. K-Par will be happy with that free info. Yeah, do let us know if you're supporting anybody at the feature table on YouTube. Certainly looks like we've got some Melnick supporters, which is good to see. Poland, such a strong poker nation. So many good players from there. And here we go with Melnick with King Eight of clubs in the hijack. Ricky Z supporting Grinza. Good stuff. Yeah, he's had a run of getting involved in quite a few hands. Battling away on 15, 16 bigs. And folded round to Usun in the big blind. And he'll defend the Queen 2. And Usun finds top pair on the Queen 3-3 flop. Do normally want to attack these low paired boards in position, but as we can see, the small c-bet isn't going to work on the flop anyway. Obviously a poor kicker for Usun, but yeah, potentially a hand to 3-bet. Check raise, sorry. Goes for 135. No diamonds for Melnick. Looks pretty ugly now. And wow, decides to just rip it. Wow. Unblocks the diamonds. Maybe he's decided he's ahead of a lot of flush draws. And a really interesting spot for Usun here. Top pair, worst kicker. He unblocks the diamonds as well. He's got to think the 3's pretty unlikely. And he does find the call. And Melnick lets out a sigh. And a shake of the head. He's going to need to find the king here. 3 outs. And 8 does give some additional hope. But it's a deuce. Top of the table. And apologies, Melnick supporters. That's the end of the road for him. Bit of a shake of a head at the table as he walks off. It was an interesting jam for sure. I assume he was going down the route of I can still be ahead of a lot of flush draws here. But Usun had the top pair queen, found the call despite the terrible kicker, and was in a great spot. So I'd imagine we'll be getting a couple of players in. In due course. And Grunze goes for 2.8 with Queen Jack. And that's enough to force Kubica out of the way in the big blind. Grunze gives the table a good thump, pretending he was disappointed not to get any action, but I think he'll be happy with a raise and take with Queen Jack. And yep, pay jump incoming. Thanks, Johan. Yep. Pay jump incoming. Although they're not huge at the moment. Start to get really big in the final table, obviously. And then there will be a very interesting dynamic once we get towards the final 10, those €10,300 seats to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Huge tournament, chance to battle with some of the best players in the world. Everybody will want to get their hands on one of those if they can. Did a tournament a couple of weeks ago where it was the final 6 got the seats, and that led to some very interesting ICM dynamics at the final table. This time everyone at the final table will be lucky enough to have it locked up, so won't be quite the same extreme pressures put on people. But still, something to look forward to. And ace-queen for Usun after knocking out Melnick, looking to cause some more damage. Goes for 85k, 2.8. And Pucci with ace-2. Normally versus a min open or a 2.1 open, this would be a pretty easy call, but against 2.8, that slightly bigger size maybe does give Pucci some cause for concern. Giving Usun a good look. And looks like he's raising for chips. And he makes it 300. Good size. But it's not going to work. Usun quickly rejams. And Pucci makes the snap fold. He chucks in the 300k. And that's nice play from both players. Don't mind the 3-bet from Pucci there at all. Weak ace in the big blind versus the cutoff. Went for a good size. But Usen wasn't buying it. Certainly wasn't buying that ace queen was in trouble. And he now has a 20 big blind lead over Trungu in second, 1.7 million to 1.1. 27% of the chips at the table lie in Usen's hand. Went about his business in a quite understated manner, but has made all the right decisions whenever any questions have been asked of him. And the pay jump has just been locked up, so everybody guaranteed €1,340. 96 players left. And Pucci completes in the small blind with 9-3 of clubs. Trungu, Queen 6 of spades. Decides to take it to a flop. Two pair for Trunku. Nothing for Pucci. But Pucci is going to lead out from the small blind. Board does favour his small blind complete range. Bets 30k. Trunku goes for the min click to 60, and Pucci quickly gets out of the way, taps the table. And looks like we've got a couple of new players at the table. K-par with Jack-9 suited under the gun. And makes it 70k to go. So yeah, seat one there is Nicola Tamero from Italy. And seat 6 is a player playing under a nickname Shua from Austria. So look forward to seeing them in action. So yeah, folded round to Grunze in the big blind here, Queen 10. Perfectly reasonable hand to peel a flop with, you would think. Does make the call. And an interesting flop, top pair for K-par. Gut shot for Grunze. backdoor diamonds as well. Goes for 65k into 185, and Grunza makes the check call. Two clubs, a brick. Great card for Kapar. Will still be feeling good about his top pair. Does require some protection, you would think, from the flush draws. Does unblock diamonds and clubs. And he does go for the double barrel, 130,000, 4.3. Under half, about 40%. And Grunza decides that's too much to see a river. Kapar takes that one down. King Jack of Hearts for Kubica. 9.2 bigs. Could potentially see an all-in here. Feels goes for the big open instead, leaving himself not much behind. $150k, 5 big blinds, about half his stack. There's Shuba. And round to the big blind. Is he going to get any action? King, Queen. And it's a strange spot because of the open size and what's left behind. Has he just called? I think he has just called, yeah. So 10 big blinds in the pot. Oh, is there some confusion as to whether Kapar meant to call or meant to jam? I think Kapar is saying he meant to go all in. I think Kapar is saying he said all in and moved chips into the middle. Doesn't look like the dealer heard the all-in. Kapar may have thought he was all in, possibly, given the open size, but he did very clearly have chips still behind. Looks like, yes, the floor's been called. We'll see what the ruling is here. I mean, you would think if he said all in, given that the dealer's sitting right beside him, the dealer would have heard him, so it did seem to me like Kapar just put his chips out, didn't say anything. Yeah. Kubica saying he didn't say anything. Yeah, I think the dealer's confirming he didn't say anything. He just put his chips in the middle. Kapar doesn't look to be arguing too much. I think he just thought Kubica was all in, I think. So that has been ruled to be a call. Let's see what the flop brings. Bit of a strange hand now. And Kapar does just put Kubica all in, who does call with the flush draw. Kapar is ahead now, but not in terms of percentages. Kubica looking for a heart. 10 of clubs is a terrible card, although chop possibilities. And the 5 of clubs is a brick. And Kubica has to take his leave. Unfortunate, bit of a strange hand with the misunderstanding in the face of the large raise from Kubica. Kapar still seems to be saying he said all in, but yeah, seems to accept it was his error there. It can happen. Bird, way too many outs. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, always so frustrating to bust a tournament whenever a flush draw bricks. You feel like you've got half the deck to hit. And here's the first time we'll see Shua in action. Ming click from the hijack. Blinds now up to 2040 with a 40,000 ante. And first time we will see Tamiro in the big blind. He's 4. Makes the call. Sorry, goes for the 3-bet. 250k. Both playing very similar stacks. Sub 20 big blinds. Shuba doesn't look like he wants to fold. But counts out his chips and decides better to wait. Nice takedown from Tomero there. Just under 10k in recorded cashes for Tomero. Won't be able to get much info on Shuba, I'm afraid. Johan next weekend playing the final of the Dutch Open Poker Championships. Best of luck. And Grunze moved all in from the cutoff here. 10 bigs. 7-6 of clubs. Usen does have him dominated with the 10-6 of clubs in the big blind, but I think that'll probably be just too much. And he does get out of the way. So Grunze gets that through, and he'll be happy enough with that. Although, doesn't necessarily look it. Johan, the winner, gets a trip to the WSOP in Vegas next year. Amazing, good stuff. Well, best of luck, man. I really hope you take it down. Whereabouts in Holland is that? Trungu maybe taking a wee bit too much time to send these hands to the muck, but does eventually fold king 2. Oh, and Nykirk, okay, good stuff. And is it a open buy-in event, or you've been playing in a league all year to qualify, or? Tomero on the button with the ace-10. Makes it 95k to go. Is Usen contemplating something funky with 8-2 here, or? No, just putting Tomero through the blender. Okay, yeah, so qualified through the year. Qualified by winning 2 tournaments. Good stuff, mate, good stuff. So yeah, with 300 runners. Okay, so not a huge field. You're going to play day 1A and deal on day 1B. Wow. You are a trooper. Iril, asking if they've got any Romanians in the YouTube chat. Say hello. Did everybody get involved in the chat? Any poker stuff you want to chat about? Any poker news? Any questions? Anything that's going on the table? Feel free to comment. I'll do my best to keep track. So here we go, Pucci under the gun with King Jack, min open. Usen with Queen 10 on the button. Makes the call. And Rossy feels he's priced in with the 5-3 in the big blind. So 3-way to the flop. And Rossy does flop best on the 7-6-3. Bottom pair plus the gut shot. Quickly check through. And Rossy does bink the straight on the turn. Unfortunately for him, nobody's got spades or hearts. And he just gets 2 quick folds. I think he shows the 3 there. And in seat 3, this is Alejandro Lanza, I believe. Playing 1.5 million, so I think he will be chip leader at the table. Maybe just behind Usen or just level with Usen. And Trungu King Queen opens to 100k. Tamiro folds ace 6 of diamonds. And Rossy ace jack in the small blind. Sub 20 bigs. Decides to just call. And Pucci with jack 10 in the big blind. Just double checking that it was just a call from Rossy. And he comes along in the big blind, so 3-way to the flop. Oh, Rossy didn't put in enough. Maybe regretting not re-raising now, but jack high flop. Big trouble for Pucci. Very quickly checked through. Rossy going to lead out now. 200k into 340,000. Pucci obliged to make the call. Gut shot for Trungu. Might he be interested in sticking around? And he does make the call, so still 3-way to the river. A 10 here would be crazy. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. 2 pair for Pucci. Straight for Trungu. Does bring in the flush though. Will that just kill the action? Surely Trungu has the bet. He gives a gives a shrug of the shoulders before he puts in the 200k. Almost like, oh, I'm sorry, but I've got to bet. Rossy makes the call, and Pucci surely has the call as well. 12 bigs. Does he ever go all in? Does it? Can I call? Did he say to the dealer? What's going on? Pucci just asked the dealer if he can call. I don't think he can jam, can he? Given it's a club on the river, but you know, you got to think there's a very good chance you're good here. And he does make the call, and he'll see the bad news. 1.5 million pot for Trungu. A bit of a slow roll from Trungu. Pucci asking him what's going on. Pucci not happy. That was a bit of a bizarre hand from start to finish. And that hand propels Trungu over the 2 million mark, 2.2 million, 56 bigs. Quite a lead over Milos Jusen of Estonia in second, 1.5 million. And Kapar in third, just behind him, has been sort of just ticking along nicely. Pucci bottom of the stack after that hand. 2 pair against Trungu's rivered straight. Rossy joining him. Also had top pair in that hand. So yeah, interesting hand. Pucci not at all happy with Trungu. Feels he's been slow rolled. I think Trungu said he was an online player, and that may well explain it. But yeah, you can see Pucci still talking. He's not happy. Grinza. Suited big slick. He's king of diamonds. Makes it 2.3 bigs to go. And folded round to Shua in the big blind with Jack 8. Calls. So heads up to the flop. Both quite short stacked. Shua 16 bigs, Grinza 11. And ace, queen 9. Top pair for Grinza. Gut shot for Shua. That looked like 100k, 125. Just over half, and looks like that'll be too much for Shua. And probably rightly so off that 16 big blind stack. So yes, we say top 10 get seats worth €10,300 to the World Series of Poker Europe main event at King's. Starts on the 17th of September, the whole festival. The main event starts on the 3rd of October. Be an absolutely massive event. 6 million guarantee. And yeah, 10 of these guys, 10 of the final 88 or 89 of this field, 83, sorry, are going to get to play in that event. What an amazing opportunity. And something that they'll all be desperate to get their hands on. Tamiro, Queen 10 of Hearts, middle position. Very pretty hand. And Usun with King Queen in the next seat. Decides to just flat. And Lanza in the hijack with King 5. Looks like he's counting out some chips. Fires it up to 275. Rossy in the next seat with deuces, all in for his 7 bigs. So back to Tamiro. 22 bigs behind. Lanza covers him as the 3-better. Lanza has his hearts crushed. But as we can see, it's a light 3-bet. We'll see if Usun is interested in continuing. Rossy's all-in is less than Lanza's 3-bet, so if Usun flats, that will close the action. No danger of Lanza being able to re-jam on him behind. Usun can, of course, 4-bet jam here if he's thinking Lanza may be getting out of line, but Lanza's just sat down at the table. Does decide to make the call. So Rossy all in with pocket deuces. Lanza and Usun betting on the side with the flop to come. And Queen 10-5, all spades. Rossy, the only one with a spade. So 2 spades. Looking hopeful for Rossy. Behind at the moment to Usun's top pair and Lanza's 3rd pair. Checked through. 6 of diamonds on the turn. And Usun reaching for chips. You would think this hand needs a bit of protection. No spade. 300k. Lanza quickly gets out of the way. And Rossy will need a deuce or a spade. 8 outs. 27%. And it's the 3 of clubs. So unfortunate for Rossy there. Gives everybody a warm goodbye. Looks like he enjoyed himself, at least. And that's another pot for Usun. So yeah, he's had a very solid start. And Usun up to 57 bigs, 2.2 million. Current chip leader hasn't put a foot wrong yet. Lanza with 10-6 of clubs, seems to like these suited hands, suited 2-gappers. And Grunja in the big blind with Queen Jack of clubs, 15 bigs. Definitely a potential rejam spot against the hijack, but decides to just call. And hits top pair on Jack 7 deuce. Check it over to Lanza. Some backdoor possibilities. And he'll range bet 80k into 250. And Grunze goes for the check raise, wants to get it in on the turn. 260,000, but unfortunately for him, Lanza doesn't have anything he can continue with, and he quickly gets out of the way. So Grunze back up to 22 big blinds. Grunze loving the 40 stacks. No 20 stacks for him. King 7 for Trungu on the button. I think he said all in conversation there while chatting, which is always very dangerous at the poker table, but and has he limped here? I think he's limped the button with King 7. Grunze with King 8 in the small blind. And K-Par Queen 5 suited. And he just knuckles his option. So 3-way to the flop. And second pair for Trungu. Hits the front. And he'll fire out a bet when it's checked to him. Min bet 40k. Grunze gets out of the way. And K-Par follows. And Trungu shows the King 7. Everybody being very generous with the information they're giving away today. Pucci, Queen 10, 6 bigs, and decides that's enough to get it in the middle. Grunze like the first one, but the second one isn't so nice. And round to Tamero in the big blind with 7-6 of clubs. He'll ask for the count. If this was a bounty, it's like a snap call. Maybe a bit too much. 25% of your stack. But it is a pretty hand. And he does decide to give Pucci a spin. So Queen 10 against 7-6 of clubs. Pucci at risk. And Tamero hits the front. Pucci with a gut shot. Tamero with third pair of sevens. And a great card for Tamero. Gives him the flush draw. Straight draw. Things looking bleak for Pucci. And the 8 of clubs river does complete the flush. So that is the end of Pucci. Got unlucky in that hand against Trungu. He rivered. Trungu rivered a straight. It also gave Pucci top 2 pair. Wasn't happy when he felt Trungu slow rolled him. And a sort of frustrating end to proceedings for him, but a nice run. Decent enough score. And I'm sure we'll see him again. Trungu makes it 100k to go from the hijack with ace 4. Grunze seems to be getting quite frustrated. Got annoyed at folding ace 2 the previous hand. Sort of difficult to tell whether it's genuine annoyance or just a bit of an act, but certainly displaying signs of frustration. And Usen in the big blind with ace 9. 2 big stacks here. So an ace would be very interesting. Ace high flop would be very interesting. And there we go, ace queen 7. So you would think there's going to be some chips lost here. 100k into 260. And Usen makes a quick call. 3 of spades. Doesn't change anything. Usen takes a while before checking over, and Trungu finds a good check back. And the Queen of Diamonds river might just mean this goes check, check. And that's been a very good run out for Trungu. Loses the min there. And he should be happy enough with that outcome. Two big stacks. Could have got ugly. Queen Jack suited for Trungu. Let's try again, he says, 100k. And this will be folded round to the big blind. 6-5 for Lanza. And he's not interested in playing that. So a quick raise and take for Trungu. And we'll be going on a 13-minute break after the next hand. So field now down to 75 players. 1,899 total entries. Today we'll play down to the final 24 or the end of level 28, whichever comes quickest. And K-Power opening 9-7 off from the hijack. Tamiro with ace-king in the cutoff. And decides to just move all in with the 28 big blind stack. Hoosen with fours on the button, but can't imagine he'll be interested in this. Does ask for a count though. And I think, yeah, once the size of Tamiro's stack has become apparent, I think you can see he perhaps thought he had less than that. And yeah, quickly makes the fold. Juices for Lanza, also gets out of the way. And you would imagine K-Power will follow suit quickly. And there we go. So that is the final hand before the break. We'll be back in 13 minutes or so. See you on the other side. And there's the current state of play. Usun and Trungu in the lead. Fair wee gap between them and Tamiro and K-Par. So we'll see you in 13 minutes or so.
King 9. Fold.
King 9, you push me away already.
Only nuts.
Family.
Joe back at it. This time with more chips, he leaves 600 back. Raised to $1 million, and he's run into an ace-king. And you see Emile Bisset happy to push forward 2.9 million. Suvarna with the ace-king suited, by the way. And might this be one of those situations, Randy? Because if Suvarna
3-9. No, 2-9.
comes along, maybe, just maybe, Joe looks at this and thinks it's a bad spot, or there's no way he's got a shot at a triple up.
The problem is that we're not in the money yet. So if we were, then he's got a lot of reason to fold, try to get a little pay jump. But he's put in like a lot of his stack, $1 million. Maybe if he made it like 600, had $1 million back, I don't. We'll see, but we know the ace-king suited definitely is performing pretty well in this spot. Because let's just say Joe raises to $1 million and folds, leaves 3 big blinds, and Bisset happens to bust out. There's still 2 from the money. It's going to be so hard for him to still creep in there with the remaining 8 if that was the case. I think he just got to flick it in and hope for the best.
Yeah, and
It's crossing his mind as he threw out all the time banks first.
hope is really all he's going to have here. But
He knows he's dominated in one spot, almost certainly.
the aces all block one another. The kings are blocking one another. His jack is the cleanest of cards available. The problem is he needs to hit it. The struggle is so real for him here, Randy.
Yeah, he wish he could have like a jack 10 right now, or like a pocket pair,
Sure.
something he knows that is not dominated. There's no chance that ace jack has ever just got 2 overcards against both these hands, or he's dominating one spot.
Okay, gamble.
Gamble, let's go.
1 to 30%. Oh, 30%. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Flush.
Last 600,000 comes forward, so the main pot will be between 3 players. 2.6 million on the side between Santosh and Bisset.
先算放一个。不用，就A 发勾就行。这把赢了，好起来了，510吧。
So
8个档。
7.9 million in total available to Emile and Santosh. The flop, somehow the case ace finds its way to the board, but facts remain in terms of Joe's need for a jack. Backdoor spades for Suvarna.
No pressure, but jack. No pressure.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, Suvarna picks up the nut flush draw. And you can see the stress on Bisset's face here. As currently he's chopping the whole thing with Santosh, but a spade on the end would dash his hopes. A jack would keep Joe Chuen in there. What's it going to be?
Wow.
It is a spade.
No.
runner, spades, and we've got a double knockout here. And look at Dvoris.
I told you flush, you know?
Very thankful.
Yes.
Obviously, nothing for Emile Bisset to do. Ace king against ace king. Deeply unlucky. Ramos, by the way, part of such an incredibly accomplished contingent of Brazilian players out there. Yuri Zivalevski, Andrea Kari, another one that comes to mind. Bruno Volkmann.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
What about Pedro Gargnani?
Yeah, he too.
So one's a coffee connoisseur, the other the tea connoisseur.
Don't forget tennis connoisseur as well for Volkmann.
That's right.
Time bank or not? Time bank, yeah?
Jack 8 under the gun. Ren activating.
This makes sense.
Time bank police.
Santos in the small blind in these spots, or the big? Believe they had a player between them.
Molten's been given like 22 time banks this tournament.
I mean, obviously Santos being the only guy who hasn't covered.
I'm
This
convinced
is
that you were given like 22
worthy
time
of
banks.
thought. Believe Dvoris is between them.
Yeah, Santos is in
You
the
still
small
have
blind.
it.
Small blind tends to play tight, even with a big stack.
Yep.
Okay, please.
I like this awareness of the positions from Lin to find a spot
Play with
to
Lady
steal the
Gaga.
blinds.
Lady
She
Gaga. How
does.
you wanna play, normal or friendly?
Oh,
You can choose.
did we have a call
Normal
from
or
Cabral? I'm
friendly?
sorry.
Let's say before flop.
Good luck.
Huh? Good luck? Okay. I think it means normal.
Good luck.
So
It's free?
indeed, Cabral did flat, flew under our radar given
Gaga.
that his cards hadn't
No
been
good
scanned
for
yet
6-3,
again.
good for Gaga.
A 6 deuce. Obviously, this is a sort of board that Ren is supposed to be able to rep.
Especially from under gun where he's going to raise a lot of ace X, suited or not. And this sprinkle here is designed to just kick out
Empty?
unpaired
Empty, yeah.
hands.
Empty. What is this bet? You wanna bet? Bet like normal. What is this? 300. I don't understand. 300. Santosh, what is this bet? Can you help me? Probably 6-3, yeah. You wanna buy cheap free? Please. After the hand, please, next time.
So Cabral with a couple of nines here does call the 300k c-bet. And note that the floor came over and asked him to scan his cards here mid-pot. He pushed back a little bit and said after the hand next time. Supposed to be scanning it before the hand.
Yep. I think he's saying, tell me after the hand rather than I'll do it after the hand.
Of course, they've told him multiple times in between hands, and that hasn't worked. So I think now perhaps a little bit more of an aggressive position being taken by the staff.
I hear you. Whoa, look at this. Red Lynch's got nothing. Cutting out chips. Trying to apply that bubble pressure.
900 into 1.9. Not a negligible size. And obviously Cabral just fresh off of a double. Doesn't want to say goodbye to these chips too quickly.
This looks like an impossible call, but would be correct.
It's a call that's begging for a river check.
Exactly. But I'm thinking if Renlin bets his turn, he's going to fire a lot of rivers. This is an amazing call from Cabral. But one more street to be played.
And that street places an overcard to the nines on the river, not one that rates to be of concern for Cabral.
I think the 10 doesn't change too much for Renlin. He thinks that once he got called, he is up against an ace, but he could ask for it all, and it'll be hard to call if you don't have a nice kicker to go along. He should believe that normally a hand like nines and lower would be out on the turn, hence why he bet.
Going.
And there is a jam from Ren. Max pressure being applied. Stone money bubble, snap fold there from Martin. Think about all the spots in which he's taken time. In that one, he knew exactly what he was going to do. I thought it would be worth, given the opportunity that's presenting itself and the fact that he called flop and turn, maybe just looking up at Ren, engaging him in conversation as he tends to do, and trying to see if he could get any sort of tell.
Ooh.
Here we go. Blind on blind against the action man. What, 13, 14 blinds and a monster.
This is a monster off of this stack of 13 blinds.
I guess we could raise it up.
I like a raise, but not all in, you know, say make it like 3 blinds or so. You want to charge the big blind to see free flops.
He's actually pretty unlucky from Tochi's point of view that no one's open before him, because this would be a lovely spot to get a jam in. Over and open, but as it is, he plays the hand he's dealt. Oh, and he's gone for the...
There is a chance that Rajanovsky says, well, I've got an ace, it's blind versus blind, let me just rip it in.
He
Which
has gone all in.
Trouble.
Rajanovsky's jam running into the 2-10s of Tochi. Of course, he is live with the over, as is often the case when you rip in an ace-x hand. One of those cards is going to be live, Randy.
Button to blazer.
Yeah. Glasses on or not for the all-ins, do we think?
Well, we do think that the 10s are good on this board.
5, 6, 7. A heart, a very bad card from him to see, reducing his outs to just the black aces. Tochi with a chance to get up to 1.4 million. That's what he's going to do. Very improbable from the 350k we saw him have a very short while ago. Now has quadruple that amount. Does make way for Martinson, who's not going to get super out of line with this Queen 4 offsuit on the button. He's going to allow Adamski to create some action from the small blind.
He is covered by the big blind.
The big blind, before Adamski even asks, is like, hey, get the big chips up front, I want to see. That. Does that play in your mind, Randy, that
Well,
Nojbau's going to have a hand? Well, he does have a hand.
jammed.
And he's going to find out it's 20 bigs. And 6 is Randy. Surely too much of a hand to fold.
I think this is too much. There we go.
Flicks it in, and Adamski's going to be delighted to see he's flipping. So many of the snap calls were dominating him. Huge flip out of nowhere. 2.7 million chips. Adamski just ripping 20 bigs. Getting action.
Yeah, this escalated quickly once he asked how many big chips you got, even though action wasn't to him yet. But here we go, 2 flop. Safe for the 6s.
9 and 9, 4. Adamski needing to find some paint. Or running straight. Turn of no use. 1 card from elimination.
Use that queen or jack for Adamski to stay in here. And that's the end.
It is GG's for Adamski.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of day 2 of the People's Poker Tour main event, King's Casino Rozvadov. We are coming back to around about 73, 72 players left, and here is our feature table. Melise Usen had a very solid first session there. Picked up a couple of knockouts. Hasn't really put a foot wrong thus far. Just under 2.5 million 62 big blinds. And he's got a wee bit of a lead over Sokol Trungu. 54 big blinds. And then a 20 big blind gap to Nicola Tamero and the rest of the field. A Shua player playing under a nickname bottom of the pile on 13 big blinds. We'll be coming back to blinds of 25,000, 50,000 with a 50,000 big blind ante. Thanks for joining us on YouTube and Twitch. Do get involved in the chat. Let us know your thoughts on any hands. If you're supporting anybody in particular. Any poker questions you may have. Any general banter at all. More than happy to hear from you. So straight in to hand 48. And Tamero with King, Queen of clubs in the hijack. And we'll see if we can get some fireworks going to start this session. Opens to 110,000. My name's Richard Hayes. I'll be with you right until we try to crown a champion tomorrow. And Trungu with pocket sevens in the big blind. Second in chips at the table at the moment. And he makes the call. So heads up to a flop we go. We've seen Tamero take a pot down with a 3-bet pre-flop, but apart from that, haven't seen him in action too much yet. Gut shot here. 2 overcards. And a nice spot to come in with the small c-bet. And Trunku, interesting, goes for the check raise with the third pair. Small size, 200k. Not something we've seen from him thus far. And Tamero does make the call. Two of hearts on the turn. Trunku does check again. And Tamero is going to interpret that as weakness. And bets 250 into the 680k pot. And sevens don't look great for Trunku now. Having said that, if he thought he was ahead on the flop, he should still be ahead after this 2 of hearts turn. Ahead of all ace queens, ace kings, king queens, queen tens, which may well have peeled against the check raise on the flop. I think Trunku asks if he has a 9. Raise of the eyebrow from Tamero. Does seem to like to engage in a bit of chat, Trunku, in the course of a hand. And does make the call. And this is going to be a very interesting river. Very interesting hand to start this second session. And Tamiro gets there. And I think, unfortunately, this will just mean Trunku shuts down. Tamiro will take it to showdown with the queen. And he sees Tamiro got there. And yeah, some interesting moves from Trunku there. Really was not expecting to see that check raise in the flop from him. Has played fairly ABC thus far, so interesting to see from him. Didn't work this time. And that's a nice pot for Tamiro. And Tamiro with the ace-7 of clubs. Usun with the ace-jack in the next seat. Eyes Tamiro suspiciously. Is that 250? Usun makes it 275 from the hijack. And Grunza looking pretty frustrated again. Folds queen 2 in the big blind. And back to Tamiro. I think it's really a hand you want to be continuing with out of position in a 3-bet pot against somebody who covers you, and he does decide to let it go. And as we can see, he was likely to be in big trouble. MP Poker, how is it possible today that these guys pay 500 for MTTs? How do you mean? What, surprised that people in general are paying 500 for MTTs, or? Surprised by some of the play, or? (10-9) suited from Tamiro, third hand in a row. And the players have just locked up another pay jump. €1,595 locked up for everybody. 3x the buy-in. MPP poker. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think for a lot of these people, it'll be their first time playing on stream. That can be quite nerve-wracking. Some of the stack sizes are quite awkward. And, you know, it's a difficult game. Poker is a difficult game. And, you know, it's easy sometimes to maybe be slightly overcritical whenever we've obviously got all the information here. We can see what everybody has. Obviously, the players are working off limited information, doing their best. And, you know, nobody plays perfect poker. Even the best players in the world will regularly make mistakes. And interesting hand here. Tamero with the gut shot. C-bet, but was check raised by Grunze with top pair. And gets out of the way and gets a knowing wag of the finger from Grunze. Seems like a bit of a character, Grunze. And looks like we've got a new player. And I think that is another Italian player. Oh no, sorry, Turkish player. Serkan Yasev. Wow, sitting down with a big stack, 3.4 million. So I think that puts him into the lead at this table. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects the dynamics. Two new players, Serkan Yasev and Salvatore Stefanelli. And ace king for Shua in the hijack. Does he just get it in, or does he try to induce some action? 10 bigs. Feels like it's fine to just get it in. And he does move all in. But doesn't look like he's going to get any action. And that's unfortunate for Shua. Hi, Kiwi Special in the YouTube chat. Thanks for joining us. All the way from New Zealand, or is that nickname longing for home? And another hand for Shua. 13 bigs this time. Ace 9 of clubs. And after that shove, now he feels he has a stack where he can open, still leave room to get away from any significant action behind him. And he's went for 2.4. And that will be enough to get Usain off 10-6 in the big blind. She will be happy enough with that. And yeah, the People's Poker Tour brought to you in association with Microgame and Euro Rounders. Thanks to our friends there. Been a fantastic festival so far. And will all be brought to a conclusion tomorrow. Final day. Stream coverage starting at 2:30 p.m. Central European Time. 60-minute levels. And we'll play to a winner. $125k up top, huge six-figure sum. Some life-changing money for somebody. And the top 10 will all lock up a seat to the World Series of Poker Europe main event worth over 10k. And Stefanelli, first time we've seen him in action, opens up ace 10. And wow, did K-Par just fold ace queen, is that right? Surely not, surely there must have been a cards misread maybe? Ace queen, that seems... And wow, and maybe he has some crazy sixth sense because Lanza has woken up with kings in the big blind. 15 bigs behind. How does he want to proceed here? And he's going for the non-all-in 3-bet size. 260k. And looks like Stefanelli is going to continue. And Lanza has a customer here. Lanza with only 11 bigs behind. 1-1 SPR. We know one ace is already gone. And maybe there's... Wow, top set for Lanza. Cut shot for Stefanelli. I would like to see a check here from Lanza, but looks like he is going to continue with a small bet, 150. And Stefanelli does stick around, wants to see a jack. Nine of diamonds. Lanza with only a half pot size bet behind. Surely he sticks it in. And he does leave himself a tiny bit behind. 200,000. Looks very milky. And Stefanelli gets out of the way. So nice pot for Lanza there, up to 26 bigs. Probably got the most out of it that he could. Although might not have been the way I would have approached it, so fair play to him, well played. And Yasav with the chip lead there. Haven't seen him in action really since he sat down. Has only been at the table for a couple of hands. And a pretty healthy lead there over Yusun in second. $8:55 a.m. for Kiwi Special on Monday morning. Good stuff. Hope we're giving you a worthwhile distraction at work or on the way to work. Just don't let the boss find out. And Stefanelli with an interesting limp under the gun with King 10 of clubs here. Sorry, King 2 of clubs. And Usun comes along on the button with 8-5 of diamonds. Lanza completes with 9-3. And Yasav will take the flop with ace-2. So 4-way to the flop. I think this is our first 4-way hand. And pretty decent flop for Usun. Up and down draw. Yasav still ahead with ace-high, but Usun statistical favourite. Checked through. And he picks up a flush draw. And if this is checked round him, you would like to see him far out of bed at this now. He's got 8 high, but can improve to a lot of very good hands. And he does reach for chips. 130,000, and that will be enough to take that down. Nobody has anything. And very nice outcome. Getting 3 technically better hands at that stage to fold. So yeah, Usun has done everything right really so far. Ticking along nicely. Haha, Kiwi's his own boss, retired. Good stuff. I'm sure well deserved. I hope you are enjoying it. And Trunku opens to 100k onto the gun 1 with pocket 7s. And yeah, I would love to know if K-Power did have ace queen there in that previous hand. He seemed to fold without any thought at all, so don't know, seems unlikely to me. And Lanza with Jack 10 suited on the button, very pretty hand. Early position open from Trunku. Perfectly reasonable to just flat call from Lanza. Can mix in some 3 bets with Jack 10 suited there, but I think probably the cautious approach is correct. And Stefanelli makes the call with 10-9 in the big blind. And flush draw for it on ace 5-3. Trunku still ahead with pocket sevens, but check to Lanza, and he'll fire out better 1-3-5 into 3-7-5. Second pair for Trunku, I think probably worth a turn, see what happens. Might get it checked down to a river. And there we go. Lanza binks the turn. Does give Trunku a straight draw to go with the pair of sevens. Lanza just praying that Trunku has a good ace, but as we can see, he's not that fortunate. And he goes really small, 110k into 645. And that's potentially the perfect kind of size to keep this precise kind of hand interested. And Trunku comes in with the raise. Wow, no diamond. Straight draw. Lanza surely loving life. Do you just call? I think do you just call here? I mean, you probably risky. Obviously, you don't want to see another diamond really with just the jack high flush, but I mean, I guess Trunku, if he's got an ace with any kind of decent diamond, is almost certainly calling it off now. So perhaps there are enough hands, sets, ace 2 with a straight, that do just call it off now. But as we can see, Trunku probably doesn't have one of those hands if he jams now, but has he clicked it back there, or has he just called? Yep, he's just called. I like that. And wow, 2 of diamonds, potentially beat by the 3 of diamonds, and obviously now the king and queen of diamonds. Not a card Lanza really wants to see. May well check it back now if it is checked to him by Trunku. I mean, if Trunku had a set of 3s, he now has straight flush, potentially. $12 bigs behind. I mean, can you go for a small, like 4 big blind? Just over 10% type of bet without risking it all. Would you ever fold to a jam? And he does go for the thin value, and I like this from Lanza. Don't think he will get called, but sort of unlikely from Trunku's perspective that you're calling for a chop here. Got to feel it's reasonably likely you're against some kind of diamond. And wow, has Trunku jammed it there? Wow. And Lanza chucks the chips in thinking he's beat. And he's not going to believe it whenever he sees what Trungu's got. I think Lanza was convinced he was beat. He chucked the chips in there. He was convinced he was beat. Wow. Wow. What a hand. That is crazy. What a crazy hand. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Lanza just threw the rest of his chips in the middle, absolutely convinced he was against the king or queen of diamonds or the three of diamonds. And he just can't believe he's been shown two black sevens. Wow, what a hand. I think that's definitely in contention for best hand I've commentated on stream. That was bonkers. Southside Ronnie got up and he was leaving. Yeah, no, I mean he thought he was 100% sure he was dead. He just didn't have enough. He didn't have enough behind to fold the jack high flush. And yeah, I mean at least he knew once he was thin value betting that river, he knew he wasn't going to be folding to a jam. So fair enough, he had it all thought out. But yeah, what a crazy hand. And Trunku left with just six bigs. Gets it all in under the gun with ace five of diamonds. Is obviously going to look super tilty. I'm sure he is tilted, but he does have a semi-hand, semi-decent hand. Certainly good enough to stick in six big blinds with. And Shua asked for a count in the big blind with queen three. And it's just a bit too much. Wow, that hand was so crazy. Just brilliant entertainment. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, from Trungu's perspective, did he think he was just trying to get Lanza off a chop? But I mean, I don't think a non-diamond hand ever bets that river, do they? I mean, maybe in some very low frequency, but especially after the check raise on the flop, and then betting the diamond turn. Kiwi special nearly choked on my coffee. Exciting start to the week for you. So Tamira with pocket fives. Makes it 2.5 bigs to go. And Lanza's coming in with the 3-bet, it looks like. Seen him 3-bet king 5 suited. Not afraid to be aggressive pre-flop. And that is normally a pretty good strategy in tournament poker. And Trungu's going to get his 7 bigs in the middle with queen 8 of clubs. And yeah, I think this is maybe a wee bit of tilt, maybe a wee bit of let's try to get those chips back as quickly as possible, and willing to gamble. Lanza won't be able to raise, I don't think, if Tamiro calls. But I think pocket five's looking pretty small at the moment, so he gets out of the way. Lanza will just check how much more, but he's priced in. We'll make the call. And Trungu isn't in bad shape. 60-40 underdog. We'll see whether the rest of Trungu's chips are heading Lanza's way. Ten in the window. Jack 8. Trungu with third pair and the gut shot. 4 of clubs. Turn gives him a lot more outs. Is it too many outs? Lanza has a smile. And he gets there with the 3 of clubs river. Smiles from the table. And that's Trungu back up to 18 bigs. So, got to say, I'm happy about that. Glad to keep him at the table. I'm sure we'll see some interesting hands. Rafal in the chat, in the YouTube chat. Hi, how's it going? Payouts. Yep. 2 seconds. So top 10 get seats to the World Series of Poker Europe main event worth €10,350. At the moment, everybody's locked up €1,595. Final table, 9th place, 9,350. Top prize, first place, €125,000. Huge 6-figure sum. Second, 70,000. Third, 48. Fourth, 35. 528. Sixth, 22,500. Seventh, 17,200. Eighth, 12,300. So yeah, €500 buy-in tournament. Big money up top. And Stefanelli with the snowman in the cutoff calls, Lanza's open from middle position with King 4 suited. And Shua with Ace 3 of clubs on the button. Potential squeeze spot maybe for Shua. But decides to wait for a better spot. And Grunze is 6 of diamonds in the big blind. Gets out of the way. Stefanelli came in with a 3-bet, sorry, to 220,000. And Lanza makes the call. King 4 suited. And Lanza couldn't have asked for a much better flop than that. King 5 King, and Stefanelli will feel pretty good about his 8s as well. And wow, Stefanelli comes out with a big bet, 500k into 565, and lands it. In Dreamland. Normally with these paired boards, you want to be c-betting small or checking. And Stefanelli is going to get punished here. Has Lanza come in with... Lanza's come in with the min click raise, and really not sure about that. He must be thinking Stefanelli has aces, queens, something that he's just not going to be able to fold, but King 4 on King King 5, you're facing a big bet. Min click back. It's basically saying I have a king. Almost certainly only going to be folding out worse and only getting called by better, but Stefanelli's put himself in a tough spot here by firing out with such a big bet on the flop. But he's got to ask himself what comes back with a min check raise in the face of that sizing, and it can only be the king. And yeah, that's a strange hand all round. Space Pirate asking misclick, maybe. Yeah, could have been. Didn't sort of seem like it from his reaction whenever the dealer announced it or anything like that. Or so yeah, another interesting hand there. I hope Kiwi Special didn't have a mouth of coffee going on whenever that hand was was going out. This stream might be proving a health risk to certain people. And Grunda, wow, jams 18 bigs from the small blind with 10-4, and Caper does have an ace in the big, but just snap folds. And this is street poker. Caper just snap fold an ace-7 there. But you know, Grunza was basically asking for almost his entire stack. Southside Ronnie, easy call, blind on blind. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, maybe wouldn't go as far as easy, but it would certainly be one that you would be giving serious consideration to. I mean, he just snap jammed it. He looked at his cards and just snap jammed. So, I mean, it's sort of a difficult one to interpret, you know. There have been some very interesting things happening at this table. I think we're in for some fireworks before the day is out. Yeah, no, I think Ronnie in Solverland. Yep, no, you're 100% right. It's you know it's almost certainly a call, but it's the age-old debate, isn't it? Is it profitable to play GTO poker at these kind of level buy-ins? And really, my pretty strong view is that GTO is amazing to have a good solid foundation, a good baseline to work from, but you really have to be prepared to deviate from that, adjust, and make decisions that sometimes can seem pretty wonky purely because of the players you're playing against. And, you know, as we can see here from some of the hands, you know, I think if you were playing GTO poker here, you'd just be folding too much. You'd be getting run over, you know. Stefanelli, 2-pair here. Nobody else with much. Check through to the 9 of spades turn. Kiwi special asking, yeah, I'm Richard Hayes. I'm a poker player, poker journalist, work for Poker News, World Poker Tour, amongst others. Was just covering the Poker Stars Open in Malaga and Namur there. So those have been two good tournaments. And yeah, loving doing the commentary. And Stefanelli improved to a full house on the river here, but not going to get any action. Goes for the overbet jam. And Yasav in the lead, but we haven't really seen anything from him since he sat down. Hasn't had any cards really, has been pretty card dead, so haven't seen much of his play yet. Lanza just behind him, Usun in third. And yeah, Italian heavy table, 1, 2, 3, 4 Italians. And yeah, another country that really loves their poker. Hermano De Nicola and Manuel Ferrari heads up at the Poker Stars Open in Malaga last week. A lot of Italian players there as well. Kiwi special, thank you. You're doing a great job. Much appreciated. Thank you very much for the kind words. Much appreciated. Hope everybody's enjoying the coverage. And Stefanelli with another pocket pair, pocket nines this time. And sounds like there might be a bit of commotion at the outer tables, might be a big hand out there. And interesting, Stefanelli just limps here. Trunku follows suit with ace-7 in the hijack. Looks like there's some confusion as to whether it was a call or not, but seems pretty clear it was calling chips put out in front of Stefanelli. And Tamiro's going to complete with King 8 in the small blind. And Usun 7-3 in the big blind. Will take the flop. So four-way. Stefanelli won't like being four ways with pocket nines, I wouldn't think. And this could spell trouble for Trungu, top pair on 7-5-6, and top pair for Usun as well, actually, with the gut shot. So potentially big trouble here. Up and down for Tamero, over pair for Stefanelli. This could get very, very ugly. Tamero's going to come out betting at it. $170K into 300,000. Usun's going to make the call with top pair in the gut shot. Stefanelli, I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised to see him raise, considering how aggressively he played that pocket eights on the king paired board hand, but he's just went for the call here. And Trungu with top pair, top kicker, this could be absolute carnage. And he is going to move all in for 14 bigs. Covers Tamero, who has 10 bigs behind. Up and down, straight draw. He's going to gamble, and it goes. And we could have a four-way all in here, you know. I don't think Usun will get involved, despite having top pair. It looks pretty horrible now. Even if he does pull the straight, he could be dead against an 8. Pocket 8s, and as we can see, Tamero does have king 8, so I think Usun probably can get away from this. But Stefanelli, 25 bigs behind, 14 bigs to call, over pair with the straight draw as well. Usun giving it plenty of thought. But it's sort of difficult to see how this could be good at the moment. 7-3, I think. I think he knows. He's just thinking it through. And he does make the fold. That's a good fold. So Stefanelli, what does he want to do? And he gets out of the way. Wow. No thought at all. And he'll be pretty gutted to see the cards. Trungu ahead at the moment. Tamero with the up and down. And the king over card. Queen of hearts, no help. And jack of clubs, no help either. So that is the end of Tamero. Trungu back up to 37 bigs. He has pretty much got his stack back up to where it was before that pocket sevens hand. And that was another very interesting hand. Stefanelli folding the overpair. I mean, you can understand, but that kind of action ahead of him, you can feel like, you know, it's got to be 2 pair sets. Very interesting hand there. Trungu be very pleased to be back up to his previous stack. Kiwi Special saying crazy hand. Yeah, no, I mean, I wonder how much that previous hand with the 8s affected Stefanelli there, maybe. There is a lot of action ahead of him. And thanks very much, Johan. Pay jump to 1950 has just gone. So almost 4 buy-ins for everybody so far. And Stefanelli has limped here under the gun +1 with King 4 off. Grunze from the hijack with King Queen makes it 290. And Stefanelli quickly folds. And maybe frustration from the last couple of hands starting to creep in a wee bit. Has to try to regroup, just focus on the next hand. Doesn't matter what's happened in the previous ones. It's only the next hand you can affect. You're still in the tournament. What you don't want to do is to have chips start to leak away unnecessarily. I'm not sure what the discussion between Grunze and the dealer is, but he doesn't seem to be too happy about something there. And he looks down at Ace-8 in the hijack. Makes it 160k. And K-Power with the Ace-7 of hearts in the next seat, cut off 17 bigs. Gets out of the way. Usen with 7s on the button. I think both options are fine here. I quite like a 3-bet maybe against the 18 big blind stack. I mean, if you make it 6 bigs, you're sort of really saying to Grunze, look, do you want to play for the rest of your stack or not? If he comes back over the top, you know, it's a pretty, you know, you're not devastated about folding pocket 7s. You've got to figure you're probably at best flipping. But, you know, a flat's okay as well. But I do quite like the raise here. He has gone for quite a big size, 2.7. So maybe that has made Usain lean more towards the call. And he does just make the call. Lanza with ace-9 in the small blind. And he'll call as well. Yasav, 8-3. Gets out of the way. So 3-way to the flop. Usain looking in pretty good shape right now. Lanza and Grunze with each other's outs. Usain 55% favourite. And it's a pretty decent looking flop for Usain. Jack 6-6. Only one overcard. But looks like Grunze is thinking about having a stab at it. And he comes out with just under half pot, 265 into 600. And, you know, for the middle position player to be leading out like this, it sort of says either a jack or the flush draw. You've got to feel like it's pretty unlikely the 6 just leads out 3-way. But definitely, obviously, a potential, but Usain does stick around for the turn, which I think is perfectly reasonable with second pair, but I'm sure he'll be wary of that lead from Grunze in middle position. We'll see what Grunze does if he bricks the turn. And the turn is another 6, so from Usain's perspective, makes it a lot less likely that Grunze somehow has the 6. From Grunze's perspective, Usain calling will, you know, to him look like a jack or the heart draw, or potentially pairs underneath the jack that still look pretty good on Jack 6-6, like 7s. Grunze looks like he wants to continue repping it, but does slow down with the check. And I think now Usain has got to feel like it's almost certainly either a pair below jacks, the flush draw, or complete air. And if it's any of those hands, you've got to feel like this needs some protection. You might even be able to get like 10s or 9s to fold. If it's the flush draw, you don't want to give him a free card. And if it is like ace 10, ace queen, ace 9, something like that, that, you know, could usurp you on the river, again, you want to charge that. And Usain does come out with the bet, 4-5-5. Nice play from him. Knows where he is. Good understanding of the ranges, the previous action. And Grunze just has to fold now. Only thing he's beating is flush draws. Usain asking for half his stack already. Got to think it's unlikely he's going to fold to a jam. Going to have one last peek at his cards, but I think that's a peak of frustration. Given it plenty of thought, but surely he just can't continue here. And he does fold. And that's some more nice play from Usen. He's been very steady the whole day. Has sort of been in a couple of tough enough spots and has found the right decision. And that looks like a new face at table one. Sorry, seat one. And we've got a Dutchman, Theodorus Dasselaar. So a new nationality, always nice to see. Believe there's plenty of Dutch folk in the chat, so I'm sure you'll all be getting behind him. Max Win Hunter's asking about the prize pool. 1 million guaranteed. €500 buy-in. Top 10. That includes, seats for the top 10 to the World Series of Poker Europe main event, worth €10,300. Day 1A. 125k for first. Just under 9k for the final table. Everybody's locked up €1,950. 52 players left. We'll be ending the day today when we get down to 24 or the end of level 28, whichever comes quicker. But I would guess it will be final 24, I would think. And Dasselaar straight into the action. He's come in with a 13.5 big blind stack. Pocket deuces in the hijack, but Usen has woken up with another hand directly behind him. Jacks in the cutoff. And showing the benefit of, having open fold ranges off sort of 13, 14 big blind stacks. A lot of people get down to that sort of stack level and feel like it's only all in or fold. Those are their only options. I think really it's only once you get down to 10, 9 big blinds, maybe that's the case. 13, 14, you can still open and get away from hands like this. And there's been some big action here. Usen has 3-bet to 375. Stefanelli has 4-bet jammed with 23 bigs with pocket sevens. Usen with the jacks. Dasselaar with the pocket twos. 11 bigs behind. I think he will get away from this, but could be certain circumstances where, you could be against 2 ace kings, 2 ace queens. And deuces might not actually be in terrible shape, but I think he does get away from it, and he does send the deuces into the muck. So Usen will ask for the count, but I would think this will be a call. 23 big blinds, less than, just about half of his stack. Actually less than that, 17 bigs to call because he put the 3-bet in pre. Usen Giving it plenty of thought. It is a cold 4-bet from Stefanelli, so, you know, it does look, certainly looks stronger than sevens. Usun won't be thinking he's against sevens. He'll be thinking it's most likely ace king, ace queen. He does make the call, and he'll be delighted to see Stefanelli's cards. And Stefanelli crushed 2 outs. Big 3 million pot here. Huge moment for Usun. 6-6-5. Ten of spades turn. No help for Stefanelli. And the king of spades river confirms the Italian's exit. Gets a round of applause from the table. Looks like everybody enjoyed his company. Sigh of frustration, but one of those days. Southside Ronnie Usun seems like a good player. Yet, no, he hasn't done anything wrong so far. Seems very calm, considered, gives everything a good amount of thought. Max Win Hunters saying crazy prize pool. Yep, no, for a 500 buy-in, some big money. Wish them all nice hands. Very kind of you. We've had some very interesting ones so far, so we have. And our Dutch friend Theodorus has gone full Vogelsang almost. Got the hoodie on, got the sunglasses. He means business. Grunza opens King 10 of hearts, but no action. And yeah, have a look at the King schedule for the rest of the summer. Absolutely packed with tournaments, non-stop. As soon as this finishes, got the Czech Poker Masters. Straight after that, Euro Poker Millions. 2 million guarantee for a 590 buy-in. 80-minute blinds, amazing structure. All the stuff you've come to expect from King's events. And Grunza with rockets under the gun. And Trungu, also has an ace in the big blind. He defends ace 9. And this could get messy for Trungu. King, Queen, 6. Trungu misses, which is a shame for Grunza. But as we've seen, from Trungu. Definitely capable of pulling out some unorthodox moves, so you can never be certain what's going to happen, but does decide. Ace-9 goes in the muck. .5% of the field got paid. Down to the final 50. And Ace-10 for Yasav. First time we've really seen him get a hand since he's sat down at the table. Been quite a while now. Ace-10 on the cutoff. And he will open it up. 2.5 bigs. Everyone's like, "Oh, you're finally playing a hand," but sometimes you just don't. If you don't get any cards, you're really card dead. Action ahead of you. You have to fold some mediocre hands. All of a sudden, you haven't played a hand in 45 minutes. Everybody thinks you're super tight. So you realize that, you adjust, and maybe you can get away with some stuff a bit later on that you wouldn't normally try, because that you're like, "Oh God, these guys think I'm super tight," but really I've been folding 3-6 off for 40 minutes, 45 minutes. Kiwi special, housework can wait. I'm seeing this to the end. Definitely housework can wait. Let's go, my angry ants. Very glad to have you until the end. And make sure you join us tomorrow for the final day as well. Yeah, housework can definitely wait. And lands it with King 4 of diamonds. Makes it 154, 155k to go. Shua with pocket 4s in the cutoff. 8 bigs, decides that's good enough, rips it in. Will be in great shape if Lanza does call. Trungu with a middling ace. And Lanza asks for the count. 5.5 bigs to call, 45 bigs behind. And looks like he is going to give Shua a spin. And decides, why not? Suited king. And Shua will be delighted to see this hand against a single overcard. All clear for Shua on the 8-9-3 flop. No diamonds. Pretty brilliant flop for him. The 8 of diamonds turn does bring some counterfeit possibilities. 9 or a king. Oh, I thought that was the 9 there for a second, but it's the 6. And Shua gets the double up, back up to 20 bigs. He'll be delighted with that. Came to the table short stacked, hasn't really had a chance to get involved, has been pretty card dead, been very patient, waited for his spot. Absolutely delighted to get called by that specific hand. And Usain now almost at the 5 million mark, 80 bigs. Looks very solid so far. Yasav came to the table with a big stack. Hasn't really had a chance to get involved yet, but has just been ticking along. He's next on 3.3. And then a million gap to Lanza in third. Dasalar bringing up the rear on 11 bigs, but no need to panic for him just yet. And then Shua, Grunza and Kapar all below 20 bigs. But again, one double up, right back in it with a healthy stack. And Shua gets rid of Jack 10. Trungu, Ace 5 suited. Decides to just limp. And I wonder, might Grunza be tempted to rip here with King 10 in light of that limp ahead of him? No, decides to just call. Kapar decides to complete with the 5 deuce, and Dasalar in the big blind with King Queen with 9s. Feels like an excellent spot to just rip it in the face of limps starting at the cutoff, and that is exactly what he does. So just under 10 bigs, 595,000. Trungu giving it plenty of thought with the Ace 5 of spades. I mean, I think if he'd opened and got a call from Grunza with King 10, Kapar obviously folds. I think Dasalar 3-bet jams King Queen anyway. But at least then, whenever you've opened it, you're sort of a lot more certain that it's a genuine hand. And it sort of makes the Ace 5 an easier fold whenever you've limped and there's 2 limps behind you, and then the big blind jams can be easy to talk yourself into thinking, well, you know, Ace 5 is good. We can see it is good here, but you know, I'm not really sure it's a hand you want to be limp calling 10 bigs. And Daslar will be happy enough to get that one through. Gets ace-5 to fold. Back up to 14 bigs. More trash for Yasav. I think he's literally had one hand, ace-10 of diamonds. That's been it. Folded to K-par on the button with Jack-9 of clubs. Blinds 30, 60, 60 now. Goes for a big size, 3.8. And that will be enough, I would think, to get rid of Usen in the big blind with 7.6. I mean, it's an interesting size. I mean, it's sort of saying I really want to go all in, but I didn't want to jam the button for 14 bigs. And gets the job done. So 47 players left. Play to conclude at 24. So almost exactly half the field to go. "45-minute levels today, 60-minute levels tomorrow for the final day." Oh, fold out a turn before K-par opened, but didn't do any harm. Can be difficult in seat 1 and seat 9 to see the action sometimes. Dassalar apologizes. Yeah, he just didn't see. He thought K-par had already acted, but yeah, seat 1 and 9 are my most hated seats. Always prefer to be 4, 5, 6 in the middle, looking at the dealer, ideally. Chili Dog, very kind. A big round of applause for Richard for calling the action. No, it's been my pleasure, mate, my pleasure. Thank you very much to the mods for today. Been amazing as always. And yeah, looking forward to the final day tomorrow. Should be some fireworks, I would say, some interesting hands. Be an interesting dynamic once we get towards the final table. And then, of course, huge sum up top to play for. Life-changing money. Kiwi Special, what time do they start tomorrow? So it's 2 p.m. Central European time. They start live at King's. The stream is on a half-hour delay. So we'll be starting at 2:30 p.m. Central European time. Do join us. And Trungu's opened to 3.3 bigs with ace-5 here. Dacilar 3-bet jams from the cutoff with the snowmen, pocket 8s. 13 bigs. Usen has Queen-Jack on the button. Has a glance at Dacilar's stack, but he's not going to be interested. Yasav will get out of the way with 8-5. I think Trungu will follow suit, but can never be 100% sure. And he does fold. So Dacilar gets another one through. That's him up to 20 bigs. He'll be happy enough with that. He's got 2 jams through unopposed. Got a bit of room for play now. Kiwi Special, that's about 6:30 or 7 a.m. in New Zealand. Yeah, early start would be an early start for you, but sure, you know, strong coffee, bit of breakfast, bit of poker to start the day. What could be better than that? And K-Part with ace queen. 3x's it. Dacilar with another pair, pocket 4s. Blinds have just went up to 40, 80, 80. So that 20 big blind stack is now a 14 big blind stack. And he gets out of the way. And no action. Shuwa with 6-5 in the big blind. Kiwi Special will be here. Good man, good man. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Yasav 9-2 on the button. More trash for him. Just hasn't had a hand at all. He's barely had a playable hand. And Shuwa gives Trungu a walk, and he'll be very pleased with 5-2. He rubs the salt in the wound, shows the 5-2. Personally, I never look if I get a walk. Kiwi special is a lady. Apologies, my apologies. I was just thinking to myself, actually, I should have checked that before before making that comment, but yeah, look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Should never make any assumptions, eh? Oh, thanks for the subscription, Kiwi. Much appreciated. So Lanza with ace-2. Wants to get involved from the hijack. And Yasav, ace-3 suited. This is going to look like a monster to him. This would look like a monster to me if I had his cards for the last hour and 20 minutes. And it wouldn't surprise me to see a 3-bet here. He'll have a very, very tight image. Good hand, good opponent to leverage that against. Lanza's been playing a fair few hands. Certainly can be opening wide. And Yasav does go for the 3-bet, 3-7-5. Trungu, does he realise it's on him? He seems to be taking a great deal of time over 8-5 of hearts. I'm not sure he realises it's him. Grinza had to wake him up. And Grinza has woken up with the best ace, ace-5, but he's got action ahead of him, gets out of the way. And Lanza gives Yasav a smile. I think this will be a pretty quick fold. Yasav will have a tight image, and that's some nice play from him. Get some dead money. Aware of what his image looks like, but he just hasn't had any cards. You know, he's not tight. He just hasn't had anything to play with. But he will be given credit for having a bit of a tight image at the moment. Don't know whether these guys have anybody, you know, giving them information from the stream during breaks or anything. But they'll see there isn't really anything to base that conclusion on, but you can certainly understand why it would look like he's extremely tight. But he's just quite simply being card dead. King 10 for chip leader Usen. Decides to let it go. And new player, Wissam Urtani, very, very good player. Top quality player. Have covered him quite a bit in EPTs. So will be interesting to see him in action. $265k in recorded cashes. Grunza jams the small blind with King 8, but K-Par with 4 high in the big blind. And we've just went up another pay jump. Thanks, Johan. So everybody locked up €2,325. Almost 5 buy-ins. And ace 3 offsuit this time for Yasev. But middle position, not good enough. And Urtani, you see the clubs in the next seat. And our first chance to see him in action. Makes it 175 to go. And Grunza with pocket 9s. Goes straight in the middle, 12 big blinds. Dassalar is going to make Grunza sweat for it. Grunza having a chat to him. But Dassalar has the Doyle Brunson 10-2. He asked for a count, but maybe just doing Urtani's job for him. But surely can't be given this any serious consideration. And Urtani, tough enough spot, suited ace, but it's pretty middling. Almost 10 bigs to call, 39 bigs behind. I mean, what hands do you want to be against? 7s and below and like King, Queen, King, Jack, that type of stuff? I think Grunza probably does jam all of those hands, but he will also jam, obviously, pairs above an 8 and better aces. So feels like a pretty close one. Urtani's just sat down, so he doesn't really have any prior information to go on. He hasn't seen any of the previous hands. Having a chat to Grunza, trying to get some information out of him. Some kind of read that can give him the push one way or the other. It is very close, and he does decide to fold. He asked to see one, but Grunza says no. And pocket 8s for Urtani. And he'll come into the action again. Same size, 175, and Shua with 9s behind him. 11 bigs. You got to think there's only one option. Counting out his chips. I would have expected them to be in by now, to be honest, but oh, interesting. Goes for the non-all-in 3-bet size of 11 bigs. Very interesting. Makes it 575. Leaving himself 5,000 behind. I mean, I don't think he's doing this ever intending to fold. Maybe hoping he can just get stuff like Ace 3, maybe King Jack, King 10, King 9 to just fold. And an interesting one for Urtani. Yeah, I mean, how do you interpret that non-all-in size off that stack? It's sort of difficult to read. But yeah, he sees the bad news. Shua looking good for a double up. Urtani will need to find a 2-outer. Just pipped. Oh, wow. And there it is. Queen 8-4. Shua up out of his chair. Sickening. Jack does give him outs to the straight. 10. 9 now, no good for him. Yeah, and it's the 2 of clubs. And oh, brutal. Brutal for Shua. Two-outer on the flop. And that's an extremely unfortunate end for him. One of those hands that played itself in a way. You know, I would have thought it would have just been all-in call. We eventually got there, but it took a couple of extra steps. And that's Urtani almost up to the chip lead now, 4.2. Just behind Usain. Yasav in third on 44. Dasalar bringing up the rear on 12 bigs. But still room for play for him. Johan Poker can be brutal. Yep. No, it can be a cruel game sometimes. Most of the time, probably. But yeah, what can you do? You get it in good. But by the turn, you're the one with 2 outs. Kiwi special 8-8 equals racetracks. Oh, I've never heard that one before. Oh, I like that. Oh, nice. I think I'll pinch that, definitely. Kiwi claiming to be Mystic Meg, knew it was coming. Oh, wow. Rockets for Urtani. And Trungu just gets rid of the King Queen. Wow. And ace jack of hearts for Dassler, 12 bigs. This could be trouble. Is an early position open, but ace jack does look very, very pretty. Decides to just call, and I think that's a product of the position of Urtani. And Lanza feels priced in with the 4-3, so he'll come along. 3-way to the flop. Urtani gets the hoodie on over the mouth. And good flop for Urtani. No hearts for Desalar. Backdoors to the straight. 2 over cards. Two 2-5 from Urtani. And Desalar, I think, will have to fold. You can see the frustration in his face. Pretty hand pre-flop, but it's come to nothing. And he doesn't know it, but he'll be glad he's missed. And Lanza will quickly get out of the way as well. Oh, sorry, ace equals angry ants. That's what you were talking about before. Sorry, I didn't get the. That was actually so obvious in retrospect, but trying to keep an eye on so many things. That's another new one. That's haven't heard that one before either. I'm not sure I like that as much as the racetracks. I'll see if I incorporate that into my vocabulary or not. Kapar with pocket sevens in the hijack. Makes it 230k. Johan, how is that fair? Good player gets aces. Yeah, no, dangerous combo. Good players, good hands. Not a combination you want to be facing at the poker table if you can help it. But yeah, no, Dassler in particular will be very happy he missed that flop. Did well not to just get it in pre, to be honest. I think it would have been perfectly reasonable for him to 3-bet jam the ace jack of hearts for the 13-14 bigs. King equals killer kangaroos. I never realized there was a whole different Antipodean hand nicknames crack going on. I mean, surely you call Queen the ladies, no? Is there something crazy for that as well? Trungu, ace queen. Gaines went for a big size, 3.8 under the gun. And it's just going to make it very hard for him to get any action unless somebody wakes up with a big hand. Yasav having a think though with 9-7 of hearts in the small blind. But yeah, it's just too big a size. And Urtani, you know, he would have defended Queen 10 to a 2.1 open or a min open, but 3.8 is just an easy fold. And, you know, Trunku has lost a potential customer there. I mean, ideally, you want to have the same open sizes from all positions at the table for, you know, your entire range. I normally go min or 2.1 all positions, go a wee bit bigger on the button, maybe 2.3, 2.5, and then bigger 3.6, 3.7, 3.8 from the small blind. I think it's normally 3.8. But you know, normally you want to be opening aces and 7-6 suited the same size. Don't want to give any size and tells away. And Grunza going for 2.9 bigs under the gun with King 10 of clubs. And Lanza with the pocket nines, and he's going to ship it back in his face. 22 bigs. And Grunza has 13 bigs behind just. I think Grunza's getting a wee bit frustrated with Trungu. And it wouldn't surprise me to see Grunza take a spin with this. But lets it go. Lanza asking to see it. Just, he's the one who's jammed, but he wants Grunza to show what he's folded. Not asking for too much, like. But yeah, these are also the problem. You know, if you're going to open 3 bigs off a 16 big blind stack, but then pretty much snap fold in the face of a jam, you know, there doesn't sound like there's much difference between min open, 2.1 open, and 3x open. But you know, if you do that a couple of times, if you open to 3x and then you're forced to fold, you know, you're giving away, you know, quite a few chips. Whereas if you just keep it uniform, if you're going to be entering a pot from a certain position, you're going to make it this size. Doesn't matter what your actual hand is. You know, you'll be a lot more difficult to play against. And Kapar raises the 200k 500k under the gun with sixes. And Yasav with king 10 suited in the cutoff. Pretty hand. He hasn't had much to play with thus far. Took a pot down with ace 10 of diamonds. Got a 3-bet through with ace 3 suited. Decides to let that go. Oh, and has Grunza moved all in? I thought all his chips were over the line there for a second. What is it? I thought he'd moved all in blind there for a second. But no, looks like he just calls in the big blind. 7-4 of diamonds. And wow. Flops the flush draw on 9-3-3. Looks pretty great for the sixes. And this could be ugly. Is checked through. Another 9 on the turn. You would expect some chips to go in the middle now. Grunza leads out with 180k into the 620 pot. And seems like a pretty automatic call for Capar. Gone for the raise though, 500k, and he'll get action from Grunza with the flush draw. Barely anything left behind, and he gets there on the river. Sticks the 5 bigs in. K-Par with only 10 bigs behind. Pretty weird hand. Grunza led the flop. K-Par raised. Grunza called. Barely anything left behind. No, sorry, raised the turn. Flop went check, check. Raised the turn. It does sort of look like a flush draw, really, doesn't it, for Grunza, leaving that tiny amount behind, but calling the raise on the turn. I mean, is he going to do that with just ace high on a double paired board? But you know, you couldn't really get a much better board for sixes either. Diamond's just horrible. He does find the good fold there. I think once you work that through, really, probably the only possibility is Grunza having the flush draw on the turn. I mean, what else would you call a raise with but leave 4.8 big blinds behind for the river? So I think K-Par's worked that out quite well. He looks annoyed, looks frustrated, but he saved himself 5 bigs. Yep, jackpot river card for Grunza. So down to 40 now. 16 to go before the end of play for the day. Or the end of level 28, whatever comes first. Six-five diamonds for Yasav in the hijack. Would like to see him open this. Nice suited connectors. But decides to just lay it down. Hilo Bohemian. Looks like he's supporting Alejandro Lanza. Good to see. Yeah, he's in there battling. Been involved in some interesting hands. I think he's sitting on about 23, 24 bigs at the moment. So Trungu's opened ace-3, suited from the button. K-Par defends 9-8 in the big blind. And up and down for K-Par, but still only 9 high at the moment. Ace high good for Trunku. And the ace does roll off on the turn. And K-Par looking at 200k to see a river. Only 6 big blinds behind. Problem is now Queen doesn't look great because any king gets there. With the higher straight. But he does decide to peel the river. And it is a brick for him, 4 of hearts. And it's just checked through. So K-Par left with almost dust, 3.5 bigs. And I'm sure he probably checked the flop, hoping to get an opportunity to check jam, but unfortunately for him, Trungu checked behind him and the ace rolled off on the turn. We'll have another break in a couple of hands. 15-minute break. And folded round to Grinza on the button. Ace King. Beautiful hand to wake up with on the button. Kapar's got barely anything behind him in the small. So actually maybe he wouldn't mind a limp here. Hoping Kapar goes all in. You might get a call from the big and then you can rejam, but does decide to raise. Puts Dassler all in basically. And 10-7 of diamonds, not going to be good enough So yeah, this will be the last break of the day. And then we'll either get down to 24 players or the end of level 28. And pocket sixes for Urtani. Hoping to grab a few more chips before this break. And yeah, it makes it 175. So you can see the difference. I mean, Urtani, 2.2 big blinds. This is his standard open size from every position on the table. Haven't seen him on the button or the small blind yet. In a small blind against big blind situation. But you can see he just has a consistent open size, every position on the table. And it just means you're giving away no additional information. All the other players will know is if this guy is opening a hand, he's opening it to this size. No indication as to what your range of holdings may be. What do I do with the 6-6? Kiwi asking. Which hand was that? Remind me. So Ace Jack for Yasav under the gun. First hand he's seen, well, first, pretty strong hand he's seen all day. Johan getting off at the break, no problem. Thank you very much, mate, for all your help tonight. Very much appreciated. Amazing as always. See you tomorrow, I assume. And folded round to Lanza in the big blind, but not interested with King 7. And that is the last hand before the break, I think. So yes, we'll see you in 14 minutes or so. There's the current state of play. Urtani chipped up since he sat down at the table. 4.7 mil, just under 60 bigs. Usun Yasav in third. And we'll see you in 14 minutes for the last session of the day. See you on the other side. Thanks.
Do want to take a moment to acknowledge and welcome those of you who are streaming live on the Poker Room Kings Twitch and YouTube channels. Randy and I do have both chats open and are monitoring the chatter in there. Obviously appreciate all of your enthusiasm for this World Series of Poker Europe. As things do roll on, did mention day 1A of the main event is taking place. There will be 2 day ones. And that is certainly the reason behind why it is. As we pulled up to the casino here today, we saw more people out front than we had at any other point.
No. But I have problem that.
If there's a problem, they will tell me. You cannot tell me.
Next time you didn't put it on the in the hand. You know that, yeah? Yeah, it happened last time, yeah. And I said 7 times to this guy, and he didn't still put it. Yeah, I'm just saying. Please ensure that.
Okay, so if you're wondering what it is that's got Martin bent out of shape, Randy, walk us through it. You were in the booth, I believe, last time when Orpin and he were at the,
I did
feature
not
table.
see. No.
So
Go on.
basically, Orpin is waiting until the action is on him to scan his hand.
Mm-hmm.
And Martin, for whatever reason, has decided that this is an issue for him, and he's not really happy about it, and he's zeroed in on Orpin. You can see Orpin doesn't seem to be too flustered by it, but Cabral just having a bit of a go, let's call it, at Orpin over this matter. And Orpin pushed back and said, "Hey, listen, if there's an issue, I'm sure I'll hear about it from the staff. You don't need to worry about it."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's goes to show how he can ruffle some feathers from time to time.
Couple of jacks here looking to do some ruffling.
Put the chips for the dealer. It's a very big table. Thank you.
Joe
You're
Chuen.
definitely right. It just your delivery made me laugh. I said you're definitely right, but your delivery made me laugh.
Flatting with the king-queen suited. Suvarna liked the price. Ace deuce deuce. Nobody likes this board.
No, especially not
Soft
Cabral.
table.
Didn't want to see that ace. Joe Trent thinking about taking a
I feel
shot
like
at
this
it.
could be, like this material might make like a nice mattress. Yeah,
I can see it.
like a little memory foam.
$155K lead from Joe.
Cabral's going to expect Joe to c-bet most of his range on an ace deuce deuce board, so he probably is going to pay off one and see what's up. He likes to take mid-hand swigs of water, I've noticed.
Really?
Yeah, he really does.
Oh, just might be a way for him to kind of measure himself.
His version of the, what, Oreo cookie from Rounders? Teddy KGB?
I don't think it's a tell. But
Oh, he only took one gulp. Interesting, because one of the outs for Joe is that jack from his point of view, but that would give Cabral jacks full. Be huge trouble.
Suvarna, oddly enough, would have had a 10 if he had stuck around looking for backdoor equity. Totally understand, obviously, his decision not to, of course. And look at Joe Chuen
This is power.
leaning on Cabral.
He's giving Cabral a lot of credit to still call his flop c-bet with all of the pocket pairs. And they wouldn't be able to handle heat 2 barrels. Plus, he does have a little bit of blocker against an ace queen, which would feel comfy on this board. Maybe he has got a lot of intention to fire one more to kind of really push against like an ace jack or lower. As it stands though, the jacks is in an awful spot here and does lay down the best hand. Joe Tren, China.
No, as you mentioned, the jack would have been the disaster card if Cabral had come along, and
Can we rabbit hunt?
Joe would have had Broadway. But yeah, second barrel getting it done there. Great shot of Martin. Who is absolutely the feather ruffler here at this feature table in the 50K. Shout out, by the way, to In Crypto We Trust on YouTube, joining us from South Korea, mentioning that
I think ace queen.
his countryman, Gab Yong Kim, who is third in chips overall right now, is
Ace 2 off.
the man he's got his eye on. Says he's a very good player.
Yes, he is. Anahan. How do you say it again? Anahan. Yeah, Seo.
안녕하세요.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Now, do you get the sense that Cabral is now not scanning his cards on purpose to just counteract.
He does strike me
Orpin.
as that guy.
100% this is designed to get under Orpin's skin. I don't think it's going to work, but you know what I mean? These are the sorts of things that Martin is always doing out there.
How much is that?
What just happened here?
Joe Chuen, big blind.
He just ripped like 30 blinds into his limp?
This is a stuffing.
And I have 80 in, yeah? 80, yeah? That's correct.
This is confusing for Cabral. We don't know his whole
big
cards.
all
Didn't
in,
scan
man.
him yet.
Ace queen again?
Oh, he's in the neighborhood.
You don't know? Look, look. You can always look if you don't know. Fold. Show.
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 1,000 cash, I show.
1,000 cash? Tomorrow. 1,000 cash. Dollars or euros? Dollars or euros? Or once?
1,000 cash, I show.
Turkish lira I pay.
Joe Chuen asking for 1,000 cash from Martin to show his hand.
What do I need?
You could maybe put some mayo on the wheel, Henry. Just, you know, to take the heat off of pizza.
Let's just, you know, ease our way into the booth.
Pocket sixes. Let's see how the German eases his way into this one. $160. Min raise here with the blinds at 40, 80, and 80.
Yeah, we do have about 10 minutes left on this level. As we worked our way down the final two tables, Vela, Italian, currently 14th in chips. Just going to proceed with caution by the looks of things. Comes with the defend.
Uh-oh. Top pair against bottom set. Monotone texture, though, could keep Vela from losing more.
Yeah, the saving grace here is these 3 diamonds on board for Vela. Could have been absolute showers, because it does mean that Poodle's going to continue for a smaller sizing rather than a larger one. Say it was like a Queen Jack 6 two-tone.
Another 200 into the middle after the check call of 100K. Very dry turn card now. The type that rates to keep ace queen very involved.
Wow, he's gone pretty big, 5-10. Trying to get all of the money in on the river.
Also trying to make sure that those diamonds are going to pay a hefty price if they want to see a river.
Sure, but I feel like this size actually gives the Italian an option to escape this setup when we bomb 5-10. It feels like he's playing the strength of his hand rather than targeting specific parts of his opponent's range. You know, like this bet size, for example, just folds out all Jack X. It folds out a lot of the Queen X. And those are hands that we should be trying to get value from, right? Feel like we could have sized closer to half pot, but what do I know? Because he's getting paid.
That he is. As another million plus suddenly finds its way into the middle. You see the heart swallow there from Poodle. He's okay with red cards as long as they're hearts. And that 8 doesn't look very scary.
But maybe it's like, okay, now I want to target one pair hands.
$1.2 million. This is a big chunk of the 2 million back.
It's grim.
Vela.
It's grim because of how under-repped we are. I mean, it's flat called pre. Off of 30 big blinds. Oh, he's looked him up. 4 million chip pot. 4 Poodle. And Vela down to dust, Ali.
I will see. Doesn't matter.
There's not a player at this table who doesn't mind seeing that 9 roll off on the turn. That much I can assure you, as the talents of Shilko no longer need to be contended with.
You play slowly, but now you are hot.
Well, no time for any eulogies. As we march on here, absent Shilko, 45 remaining. King Queen suited from the hijack, not all in, but mostly in.
Got Ali Sarah saying, don't forget Benitez called time against Charles Cornuff in a hand at the break that he wasn't even playing in.
I remember that. Chance had some choice words for Benitez after that one too. That was at the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas this summer.
Oh, Volkov.
Wakes up in the big with ace-king suited. 3-bet it
I like you. You play
to get the last 70 in there.
Yeah,
I don't like you. Yeah, I like him.
No stress.
No, I like him. I play fast too.
Ace, ace, 5, and king, queen suited.
Possible combination.
So few outs. Running spades, running 10 jack.
I knew that was the
And that's it. Ace is full for Volkov. Chip leader here.
No more possible.
As 2 casualties in short order.
Hello and welcome back to day 2 of the People's Poker Tour main event, King's Casino in Rosvedov. Thanks for sticking with us for the final session of the day. And here's our feature table. Blinds will be going up to 50, 100, 100,000. Uertani topping the standings at the moment, just ahead of Usun. Kapar, 2 big blinds, will be making moves very soon, you would think, as will Desalar. And then a fair old gap to Grunza, 19 bigs. And pretty tightly packed between Yasav and Grunza. Been an exciting day of poker so far. Had some really fun hands, some really interesting hands. So yeah, get involved in the chat. Let us know what you think. And Kiwi, you were asking, do we have any special names for pocket sixes? Route 66, of course. I think that's the only one I'm aware of. And just to recap, €500 buy-in, 1 million guaranteed. And K-Power has wasted no time getting his 2.4 bigs into the middle, ace 6 suited. Folded round to Yasav in the big blind, and he couldn't have much worse. And Kapar gets that through, has the fold equity with a 2.4 big blind shove. And gets the double up without having to show his cards. (7-3) off almost the only hands that the big blind's going to be folding there. To be fair, he probably wanted a call, really. Try to spin that up. Devil's granddaughters. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. You've taught me a fair bit about hand names that you have today, Kiwi. Appreciate it. Definitely be using racetracks for snowmen. And Kapar ripped it again. Jack 5 of clubs this time. Wants to spin this stack up. And Uyurtani will be making the snap call with ace 6. So K-Par will need some help to stay in it. Players locked up €2,325 at the moment. No help for K-Par on the King Queen 6 flop. 9 of diamonds turn gives him some additional outs to the straight, but needs to hit this river, and it's the King of Spades. And K-Par gives the tap of the table, wishes everyone good luck. And that's a good run from him. And chip leader Uyurtani stacks some more chips. Been smooth sailing from him since he sat down. Grins rocking the Adidas cap and the Nike shirt, quite like that. And Usun, who was chip leader for quite a while, but went a bit card dead towards the end of the last stint. Haven't seen him in a hand for a while, but has done pretty much everything right so far. Ace-5 in the hijack. And he'll come in with the open. 250, 2.5 big blinds. And Trungu, Jack-7 in the big blind. And decides to give it up. MC Kalash asking about the prize pool. Yep, €500 buy-in, €1 million guarantee. Everyone at the moment's locked up 2,325,000. $125,000 for the win. Huge six-figure sum. 1 to 10, 10,300 seat. And Lanza opens up King Queen in the hijack. .8 bigs. Uyurtani giving it some thought. Doesn't look like his cards have quite registered, so could be in for a mystery hand here. Always fun. And he 3-bets to 625k. Grunza with Ace-9 in the big blind. Oh, and there we go, Ace-Jack for Uyurtani. And a nice quick fold from Lanza. Might have given that some more thought against other players, but I think probably recognising doesn't want to tangle with Uyurtani if he can help it. And the blinds really starting to hurt now. 250k in orbit. And Usen with Big Slick under the gun. He makes it 250. Looks like he's settled on that as his open size for this level. And Trungu with the pocket fives. On the button. Makes the call. And Dassalar barely anything left in the big blind. Decides to get it in with 10-6. Usun reships. Dassalar deciding he's got so much of his stack in there, he may as well just make sure he realizes his equity. Obviously appreciates it's not a great hand, but don't have any problem with that. And he's actually, you know, not in terrible shape against Ace King, 30%. But Ace in the window. Usun has hearts covered, and Dassalar is going to need some running cards here, and the 5 of clubs, isn't it? Gives the table a tap, and we have lost another player from the feature table. Theo Dassalar. Looks like he had a bit of a reel there. Couldn't really get anything going, came to the table with a, I think, 15 big blind stack. Battled away. Got 1 or 2 double ups when he got short, but never really got above that sort of 20 big blind stack level. Did his best, but as I say, the blinds starting to get very expensive now. He had, you know, I think 25-30% of his stack already in the middle there with the big blind and the ante, so just had to go with it and didn't get any help, unfortunately. And yeah, if you fancy getting yourself across the Kings, fantastic place to play poker. Summer schedule is just absolutely jam-packed. Festival after festival. Buy-ins at the lower end of the scale. Really good structures. And, you know, as you can see, some amazing prize pools. And Urtani with the Queen Jack of Hearts. Very pretty hand, but Trungu has better behind him with the King Queen, and he's just ripped it for the 18 big blinds. Perfectly reasonable. And Trungu very kindly shows Urtani He folded the worst hand, and Uyurtani will be pleased with that. So much free information given away. At this table tonight. Maybe I'm, I don't know, unnecessarily ruthless, but you know, poker's a game of psychological warfare, really, and surely it's always better to leave an opponent stewing as to whether they've made the right decision or not, rather than giving them confirmation one way or the other. And Grunze rips it from the cutoff with Queen 10, but gets it through. Everybody with trash behind him. And just a quick dealer change here. Oh, and hi, Nupel. Rating with a party of 27, much appreciated. You're joining day 2 of the People's Poker Tour main event. 500 buy-in, €1 million guaranteed. 125,000 euro up top for the win. I think we've got about 35 players left, something along those lines. And you've joined us for the final stint of day 2, stopping when we get to 24 or the end of level 28. And new player at the table, Cesare Guarini. And also a new player at seat 8. That's Mosey, playing under a nickname. And he's woken up with the goods first hand. Welcome to the table. Love to see it. Ace King in the hijack. Blinds, 50k, 100k, 100k. Big blind ante, and wow, Usun. Ace Queen in the cutoff. Literally Mosey's first hand at the table. Gone for a big opening size, 3.3. And Usun does just flat call. So are we going to get some fireworks here? 10, 10, 8 flop. Mostly still in front. Has the ace of clubs as well. And he'll continue. 225. And you would think Usun will want to stick around for a turn. Brick, 4 of spades. Mostly goes for the double barrel, 450. Nice size, keeps in hands exactly like this. Ace queen, ace jack. Jack 9. Flush draws that you're ahead of. And 9 of spades rolls off. Mostly still with the best hand, but he'll try to get the showdown. Just with ace high, with the board pair of 10s. King kicker plays though. And has potentially opened the door to Usun here to try to take this away, but Usun has reasonable showdown value and decides to just check it back, and he'll see that he's just pipped. And Mosley will be very happy with that check back. Happy indeed. Gives the table a tap, big smile. Grins and shakes his head almost as if he's saying you've just sat down at the table and you get ace king first hand. Ace king versus ace queen. Unbelievable. So Mosi up to 42 bigs after that hand. Jack 10, middle position. Decides to just limp. And Yasav, ace 10 suited on the button. Certainly worthy of a raise, you would think. Bumps it up to 375. And we're down to 32 players now, so only 8 to go. And Mosi just gets out of the way. Probably regretting the limp. So yeah, everyone locked up €2,750 now. Next pay jump at 27th. And Grunza with pocket sevens here under the gun. Makes it 265. Patrick Cole in the YouTube chat. How you doing, Paddy? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. And Lanza with Ace Jack in the hijack, 15 bigs. Under the gun open. But does seem like a reasonable jam to me. He has seen Grunza open stuff like King 10, King 9 under the gun and then fold to jams. And he does just get it in there. And Tringu with 10-9 won't be getting involved. Let's see what Grunza does with sevens. And he very quickly gets it in. So Lanza needs some help to stay in it. Grunza just covers him. And 9-5 deuce. Backdoor spades. Ace or jack. 10 of hearts, no help. Lanza up out of his chair. Grunza tells him to sit down. And it's the 3 of spades. Lanza knew best. And he takes his leave. So Grunza up to around 30 bigs. Big double up for him. Or very near to double up anyway. And yeah, seems like a bit of a character, Grunza. Cheeky smile there. You see it for Yasav in the hijack. Lets it slide. Trinku and Grunza have been chatting to each other all day. And Trinku just rips the 21 bigs with 10-8 in the small blind. And he shows it. Grunza can't believe it. But I mean, he was ahead, so. Had an absolutely epic hand with Trungu earlier where he jammed the river with black sevens on ace 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 diamonds. Other player had turned the flush with jack 10 of diamonds, bet the river small. Trungu check jammed, and I think it was Landa. Yeah, Landa. He just sort of like I think he had about 5 big blinds behind, and he just chucked it in. Was already up out of his chair, absolutely convinced he was beat by a higher flush or a 3 for the straight flush maybe, and he couldn't believe it whenever he saw the black sevens. Absolutely epic hand. Street poker, amazing stuff. And Yasav with the ace 3 suited. Urtani's going to come in with a 3-bet with 10-9 suited. Love to see it. And Guarani with 12 bigs in the cutoff with King Queen. First time we've seen him have a hand. He's only just sat down. But, yep, significant action in front of him. Starts to look pretty small. And sort of feel Yasiv's for quite a long time, hours really play post flop much. Can only really remember him being involved in 3 hands. He's been very card dead. And again, just gets out of the way there, understandably. Out of position against the chip leader. Kiwi special, geez, those two are fun to watch. Yeah, no, it's been fun watching Grunza and Trungu. They do like to have a chat as well. And here comes our friend Trungu with the ace-6 of clubs. You can see Grunza just, every time Trungu opens, you can see Grunza's just desperate to get a hand against him, isn't he? And 7-4 of clubs for Usain in the big blind. So off to a flop we go. And Usain hits the front with bottom pair on Queen 8-4. Quickly check through. And good card for Usain. And he'll lead out here, and that'll get the job done, I would say. Oh wow, is Trungu going to get funky on this river? Let's see. 9 of clubs. Blocker bet from Usain, 300 into the 1.25 pot. And I'm not even going to try to guess what Trungu's going to do here. Martin Cabral style, getting up, peering across. Just outright asking him. Oh, I really thought he was going to pull something crazy on the river whenever he floated that turn. But yeah, pretty good run out for Usain. Good spot for the blocker bet on the river. You just can't really raise without the queen or the flush, so good spot for him. Nine of diamonds for Grinza. Down to 31 players. So 7 more to go. Or play stops at the end of level 28. And Mossy with the ace king on the button has only been here for about 10 hands maybe, has had ace king twice. And the perfect spot for the 3-bet. Button against cut off. Neither of the blinds will be interested. made it quite small, 5.5, so perfectly reasonable for Grunze to peel the flop here. All smiles. We'll see how it is at the end of the hand. And Grunze goes in front with second pair. Mossy checks it back. Picks up a gut shot. As does Grunze on the 10 of hearts turn. Sorry, Grunze with the up and down now. Would obviously get the wrong end of it if the queen came in. And he fires out 600k. And Mossy will see the river. So pretty big pot developing, 2.5 million. Jack of diamonds. Grunze has to be pretty confident. Mossy doesn't have a jack after checking back the flop. And he does just pile in, looks like 1.5 million. 1.6 million. Leaving himself 6 bigs behind. And is Mossy going to be tempted by a hero call here? Gazing into each other's eyes. And Mossy is convinced. Grunze does look very relaxed. And shows him that he was good. Always good to see people enjoying themselves at the poker table. Although you obviously you're playing for big money, it is just a game after all. Nothing personal, only business. Here to take every last single chip that you've got in any way possible. But doesn't mean you can't have a good time at the same time. And Trungu, pretending that he needs to be told to act and then just rips it in with the queens. Love this guy. What a legend. Oh, wow. And Grunze, he's got a pair and he's just ripped it in. He really wants to get Trungu, doesn't he? Oh, wow. Usen with kings. Wow. Wow, crazy. Could be looking at a double knockout. And Urtani gets rid of juices. Wow, 3 pairs. Usen absolutely loving life. Grunze can't believe it. Oh, what a crazy hand. Grunze just snap, ripped 47 bigs with the 3s. This dynamic's been building with Trungu. And he is, he's almost telling people I just wanted to get him. Not sure what he's saying there, but oh dear. Ace 10, 8, all clear for Usen. Rainbow as well, so no flushes to worry about. 6, he can't look, he looks away. He can't watch the run out. And it's a jack on the river and double elimination for Usen. 6.6 million pot up to 11.5 million. 115 bigs. Wow, what a hand. Uertani's got his head in his hands. I don't think he can quite believe what he's seen. Killer kangaroos versus ladies versus barbecue crabs. I love it, Kiwi. Brilliant, brilliant. Hello to Salvatore Scaroni. Looks like we've got a Cesare supporter. Good to see. Haven't had the chance to see your man in action too much. He's just sat down, hasn't had any hands. Cesare Guarini. And wow, what a crazy hand. Grunza still can't believe it. He doesn't want to leave the table. Trunku's having to escort him away almost. Oh. This is comedy, to be fair. Usain loving life. Grunza muttering to himself. Have a feeling he's going to be having nightmares about that hand tonight. So down to 5-handed for the moment at the feature table. No doubt there'll be a couple of players coming in soon. Blinds up to 60, 120. 120 big blind ante. And Usain, look at this, over double the stack of his closest challenger, Uertani. 48% of chips in play at the table. Just under 100 bigs. And what a spot for him. And queens for Usain. Sometimes the deck just hits you in the face. 29 left. And here's Cesare Guarini. Again, a chunky enough open size from Usain, 2.7 bigs. And does decide to let it go. Against the min open, might have got some action there, but 2.7. tough size to defend against off that short stack. Looks like we'll be getting a couple of new players in. So Giuseppe Tarsia coming in with 11 bigs. And Rip Wheeler from Germany coming in with just over 3 million. Weak ace under the gun straight away for Tarsia. And gets rid of it. King Queen for Hoosen, starting to pick up a run of hands. Tanny's cards don't quite seem to have registered just yet, but definitely having a think. But gets rid of ace 9. And juices for Guarini. Makes the call in the small blind. I think prefer the all in there if you're going to play them. But we'll see if he can find a set on this board. Looks pretty good for twos, and he does just decide to rip it in. And this will probably work. And does get Usen to fold. So nice little pickup for Guarani there. First hand he's taken down since he sat down. First hand he's committed his chips. And gets his stack up to 12 bigs. Hanging in there. Folded round to Urtani on the button, sorry, the cutoff. And now Guarini on the button. And our two new players in the blinds, Wheeler and Tarsia. And Wheeler's going to go for the raise out of the small blind with Queen 5. Makes it 260. Tarsia with King 5. Dominated. Does he feel King High is good enough? Is going to make the call. So off to a flop we go. All clubs, Jack 10-4. Wheeler has the 5 of clubs. And he'll continue. And you'd be surprised if Tarsia wants anything further to do with this. And he does send the cards to the muck. And it'll be interesting to see if Usun really tries to put the foot down now or just content to sit back, wait for some good hands, see what happens, get to the end of the day. Or do you really try to leverage that chip stack now? Folded to Wheeler, Queen 8 on the button. Makes it 260 to go. And garbage for Rossy in the big blind, so he'll just get out of the way. And a raise and take for Wheeler. So yeah, day 2 starts tomorrow, 2 p.m. for the players. We're on a half-hour delay, so 2:30 Central European time for us. So please do join us for the coverage tomorrow. Should be a cracking day. Some exciting poker, and we'll see who lifts the trophy and that massive €125,000 first place prize. Potential collision here between Urtani and Guarani. Ace Jack open from Urtani. Guarani just flats in the hijack with King Queen. Just 10 bigs left behind. Ace 6 of clubs for Rossy in the small blind. And he will come along as well. Usen starting to be priced in. Queen 2. Not fantastic, but getting pretty good pot odds. So 4-way to the flop. And everybody misses. Backdoor diamonds for Urtani and Guarani. 2 overcards. Oh, sorry, Usen picks up the pair of 2s. Apologies. Checked across to the pre-flop opener, Urtani. Does have the ace of diamonds, and that may well persuade him to continue here. And he does fire out a bet of 3-2-5. Guarani has to get out of the way, as will Rossy, you would think. Bottom pair for Usen. Counts out the call and chips. And he will stick around for a turn. And he makes trips on the 2 of hearts turn. Just everything going right for Usen at the moment. It's unfortunate for him that Urtani has missed this, but may potentially double barrel. Is a very big blind favoured board, and he is reaching for chips. Goes for 1.1 million, and this is just music to the ears of Usen. And he just jams. Did he just jam? Oh, dear, dear. Not giving Urtani any chance to do himself some damage on a river. Perhaps concerned about the double flush draw board. Does unblock all of that. would have liked to have seen a call there. Take the river. But Uratani is giving it a good think. Is he thinking he can be ahead of flush draws? Does have the ace of diamonds, which was the flop one. Houston could potentially peel with backdoor hearts, but feels, yeah, just a fold for Uratani. Bit of a disappointing outcome for Usun, really, considering just the best possible turn for him. So 8-7 of clubs for Guirani. And Wheeler makes it 250 to go from the hijack with ace-6. And Usun make the call in the small blind with ace-9 of clubs. And Yasav in the big blind with queen-6 will come along. Seven, 5, 4, 2 hearts. Nobody has any hearts. Up and down draws for Yasav and Wheeler. Quickly checked through. King of Hearts turn. Doesn't change anything. And Yasav looks like he's going to try to take this one on the turn. Comes out with a bet of 325,000. Wheeler gives it some thought, but lets his straight draw go. And Usen gets out of the way as well. And Yasav takes that one down. Decent semi-bluff there. Gets it through. So hand 110. 28 players left now. And Tarsia woken up with suited ace, ace 9 in the hijack. Good enough to ship his 925k into the middle, just under 8 bigs. Yasav also has an ace in the small blind, but don't think that will be good enough. And only Uyurtani to get through. And he quickly gets out of the way. Tarsia sort of reminds me of somebody from a 1980s band, but I can't really remember, quite put my finger on who. But he sort of looks like somebody famous. And Wheeler with the rockets under the gun. Can he get any action? He won't from Yasav with 9-2. Uyurtani with deuces. And he does make the call on the small blind. Guiarini with king 9. 8 bigs behind. Getting a pretty good price now to defend. And he makes the call. So 3-way to the flop we go. Rockets for Wheeler, looking very strong at the moment. 80% equity. The other 20 chopped dead even between Uyurtani and Guarani. And all clear for aces on the Queen 5-4 flop. Nothing for Guirani to get excited about. Checked across to Wheeler. Go for a small bet, you would think. $260, just under a third. Irtani giving it some thought with the under pair twos, but gets out of the way, and Guarini has to follow suit. So Wheeler takes that one down. A wee bit disappointed to not get any further action out of that with his aces, but takes the pot nonetheless. And a quick dealer change. And Usun in a dream position. Huge advantage over the rest of the table. Almost 4 times the stack of Wheeler. Guarini hanging in there with seven big blinds. And they've just locked up another pay jump, the players. 27 left. So everyone now guaranteed €3,325. And jacks for Yasav. Jumping jacks. First time we've seen him have a really premium hand, really, since he sat down. Makes it 300k to go. Quickly folded to Wheeler in the big blind. King 8. And decides to get out of the way. Been a long day for these players. I'm sure they'll be looking forward to trying to get to the end of the day, get some rest for tomorrow, come back refreshed. And yeah, ready to do battle for some big money up top. Only 3 players to lose before we're down to the final day. And chip leader Usen will open the king 10 under the gun 1. Yasav has him dominated in the hijack with ace 10. And does come in with a 3-bet. 675k. And Guarini, pocket 9s. Certainly good enough to get his 6 big blind stack into the middle. You would think that will make Usen get out of the way, and it's not much more for Yasav to call, barely a big blind, so automatic call for him. And we're off to the races. Guarini ahead, 56% favourite. Hoping Yasav bricks out. And that's a good start for him. Queen 5-2, all hearts, neither player with a heart. King of hearts brings gut shot. Another heart would be a chop. But it's the 3 of diamonds. And Guarini gets the double up. Mini celebration from him. You can see how pleased he is to still be in it. And I believe there was some Guarini supporters in the YouTube chat earlier on, so there's one for you. Yeah, big double up for Guarini there. Up to 17, 18 big blinds. First time he's had a playable stack with a room for a bit of manoeuvre. And it's always a relief to be out of that danger zone. And Wheeler with ace king on the button. And could this be some carnage? Blind 61-20. Makes it 330. And Mossy, king 10 in the big blind. Makes the call. So Mossy potentially in trouble here. Both players missed the 8-7-3 flop. Checked across to Wheeler. And he checks back. Queen of clubs turn. Hits Wheeler's range, so Mossy checks again. And Wheeler come in with a delayed c-bet. 275. And you would think Mossy will quickly get out of the way. And he does fold. So Wheeler up to 35 bigs. It's been a generally upward curve since he sat down at the table, but hasn't really been involved in too many substantial hands. And Tarsia, now the player to wake up with ace king on the button, ace king suited, under 8 bigs. Request the triangle, all in. And Usen has woken up with an ace in the big blind. 110 bigs. You would think this is a call versus a button shove. And he does make the quick call. So Tarsia in great shape for a double up here. Let's see if the poker gods have any other ideas. Oh dear, terrible flop for Tarsia. 6-4-3 gives Usen the flush draw. Almost 50-50 now, and boom, doesn't have to wait long. Tarsia drawn dead. Harsh beat for him to finish off the day. So that is us down to 26. I see you, diamonds cut too deep. Yeah, no, that's that one's going to hurt. get an ace queen against ace 8 and you're drawn dead on the turn. Rough end to the day for Tarsia. And Usun has just had a dream session. Kings against queens against threes in a 120 big blind pot. 3-way all in pre. And from there, he hasn't looked back really. Everything's gone right. So only 2 players to bust before we finish for the day. That'll take us down to the final 3 tables. Return for battle. (2 p.m. Central European time. Our coverage starts 2:30 p.m. Central European time. Do please join us. Should be a great day of poker. And Mosi with ace 10 on the button. Makes it 2 lines to go. Jack 5 of diamonds for Yasav in the big blind. Makes the call. Top pair for Mosi on 10-8-4. Fires out a 260 C-bet, 1.6 bigs. Yasav some backdoor flush and straight potential going on, but not much else. And wow, did he just rips it there? Check raises. Decides to just rip with the covering stack. And Mosi with top pair isn't going to be going anywhere. So Mosi 77% favourite for the double up. Ten of clubs on the turn. Fist in the air from Mosi. 7 of spades completes the board. And Mosi starts to have a little dance, delighted with that. Yasav not so pleased. And there we go, Usun over 14 million. More than 50% of the chips in play at the table. Yasav now left with the short stack. 6 big blinds. And I think I'm being told we've lost 2 players at the outer table. That may be the last hand for the day. Could be down to 24. And yes, I think that is the last hand of the day. So, down to the final 3 tables. They'll return tomorrow. Stream coverage starts 2:30 p.m. Central European time. Please do join us here. Should be a great day of poker. And thanks for your time tonight. Take care.